Hello and welcome to part 2 of the Aphelion event story. The newly formed squad H.I.D.E 404 is on the mission investigating yellow zone near a red zone of traces of Paradios, but only found a level 4 threat elite boardroom so far that we could just scare away. We do have a very big weapon with us. Now we stuck together with our best friend Dmitry from the security cars in the settlement to find more clues. Fortunately, one more reinforcement is on our way here. And we're also playing this part in JP voiceover. Also, I'm not sure so far how I will probably distribute those chapters. I have an idea to make it like together or not, but we will see. And let's start with the first stage. Resonant response. The power in the voice continues to amplify as it's transmitted on and on. After a night of rest and preparation, H.I.D.E 404 and their survey corps set off from their camps and hid deeper into the contamination zone. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With her motorbike secured to an extra trailer, Klukai drives her other three teammates in a jeep.
こちら、ハイド404、刑事連絡よ、応答。
This is H.I.D.E 404, making a routine check-in. Come in if you copy. Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Klukai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaker matter-of-factly through the speaks.
こちら、ロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊376人小隊。どうぞ。
This is 3762nd platoon of the 7th Environment Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union Districtual Environmental Purification Project under the UNHC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Receive, go ahead.
環境情報を見るに、こちらが先に目標集落へ到着しそうね。到着後は計画通り、当該集落を中心とした汚染エリアの探索を行うわ。
According to the environmental data, we will be the first to reach the target settlement. Once we are there, we will follow the survey plan agreement upon this morning and start exploring the surrounding area with the settlement at the center.
天候の影響により、行軍速度は 20% ほど減少する見込みよ。
Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%.
了解。それと、ディミトリー総長が。
Copy that. First Sergeant Dmitry also said. On the other side end of the channel, the communication officer pauses for a moment, as if pondering something.
突発事態に備えるため、最低1名はエリア通信チャンネルに接続したままにしろと。
First Sergeant Dmitry specifically instructed that you must keep at least one member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to emergency commands.
いいわ。調整しておく。
Roger, will do. When the exchange is over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andoris to take over.
ディミトリーのやつ、どうせまた悪口だったんでしょ。
I bet Dmitry was running his putty mouth again.
連絡員が通訳に困るなんて、どんだけ？
What the hell did he even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate it into more diplomatic language?
大方、ガラクタ、時間の無駄、クソったれとかだろうね。
It's probably his usual gripes about us being rickety tin cans and a freaking waste of time.
ガラクタだと思ってるなら、いちいち仕事を押し付けないでほしいよ。
If he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? Meshity yawns and sprawls out across the backseat, laying her head on Andori's lap. Andoris pulls a blanket over her in thoughtful and tender gesture. Meshity curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket.
ディミトリー総長は口は悪いけどいい人だと思うな。
First Sergeant Dmitry is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. Yeah, he's questionable.
今朝も集落の子供に高いしてあげてたし。
I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning.
それでもお姉ちゃんを罵ったのは変わんないもん。
That doesn't change the fact that he escorted Big Sis Klukai.
アンドリスは人が良すぎ。
And you think too kindly of people, Andoris?
そうかな。
You think so?
あ、隊長、チャンネルに接続できたよ。
Oh, Leader Klukai. Connection established. We have comms.
そう。こっちのマイクはミュートで、通信を車内スピーカーにつなげておいて。
Plug it into the speaker of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our end.
はいはい。
I will skip this part, okay? It was very loud. Holy moly. They were singing a nice little song. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accent starts blasting from the speakers. Oh, you bet it started blasting. Meshity, originally wrapped inside her blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out of the groundhog.
音量下げて。
Turn the volume down!
びっくりしたな。息袋のうなり声の方がまだマシだよ。
Ah, hard to say which sounds nicer. This or the howl of elites.
なんか歌詞が全員違くない？それどころか全然歌えてないやつもいるし。
Is it me or they are getting their lyrics all mixed up? Also, some of them clearly don't even know the song and are just humming along tunelessly.
これはメロディーを比べてみたけど、多分第三次大戦に新ソ連で流行った曲だね。敵を倒すとか、祖国と国民を守るとか、兵士を鼓舞する歌詞が多いの。
Well, I just ran a search on the main melody. This appears to be the song that was very popular among the Neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms that encourage soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend their country and people.
新ソ連も含めて、いろんな国がロ連に編入された影響で、軍歌も共通言語のものに変わって、あんまり歌われなくなっちゃったけど。
However, after the Neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the URET, as more soldiers from the other countries were integrated into the military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in the more common language and had more well-known tunes. And this particular song is rarely even sung nowadays.
アンドリスってそんなデータも持ってるの？
This is mentioned in your local database?
今回は新ソ連内の活動だから、関係ありそうな情報は一通り保存してあるんだ。
Since we are operating within Neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I would do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it.
確かに勇ましい曲だけど、こいつらが歌うと台無し。
I know it's supposed to be a stealing song, but they make it sound so comical.
ああ、もううるさい。聴覚モジュール切っちゃいたいよ。
It's so grating on the ear. I actually want to disable my auditory module. Equally perturbed, Luca turns on the microphone with a scowl.
こちら、ハイド404。直ちに騒音行為を中止し、警戒態勢を維持しなさい。ここがイエローエリアであることを忘れたの？
This is H.I.D.E 404. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is the yellow zone. There can be danger in any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways.
そーんとはなんだ。こりゃ軍歌だぞ。
Hey, this is military song? How could you call it nice?
この歌を聴くと力が湧いて団結力が高まるんだ。お前たちは何も感じないのか？
These songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music?
ええ、まったく。
No.
あんたたちの合唱、音程もリズムも歌詞も点でバラバラじゃない。これで団結力が高まるなんて到底思えないわね。
Also, your chorus lacks unity in tone, rhythmic and lyrics. I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity.
おいおい、俺たちは歌手じゃない。
She. We are not professional vocalists.
ガラクタどもは黙ってろ。
What does a rickety bucket of bolts know? Dmitry, cursing, interrupts Larion's reply.
何を歌おうが俺たちの勝手だ。お前に何の関係がある？
We think whatever the hell we want. Or is that any of your business?
お前ら鉄くずの常識を人間様に当てはめんな。
Just so you know, we are not machines, so don't go judging us by your stupid mechanical standards.
これが大勢で歌う醍醐味ってやつだ。バカ正直に音程を合わせりゃいいってもんじゃねえんだよ。
Singing is all about feelings. What is the point in keeping in tune like your electronic speakers?
あんたね。
Yo.
クルカイ隊長。
Leader Klukai? Andoris mutters softly to stop Klukai from losing her temper.
ええ、そうね。
Yeah, you're right.
確かに歌うのはそっちの勝手よ。だけどせめてマイクをミュートにしてもらえる？情報漏洩につながる可能性だってあるわ。
You can think whatever you want, but please turn off your microphone and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmissions get lost.
なんかありゃ、俺がやめさせるさ。お前はすっ込んでろ。
I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do.
それなら、こっちはチャンネルから出るわ。何かあったらまたつなげるから。
Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when the need arises.
なんだ？もう忘れちまったのか。最低一人はつなげたままにしろと言ったはずだぞ。
I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. And he's such a... Dmitry. He makes himself so unlikable every time. But also in the same time, it's... kind of... has some character.
これは命令だ。意味はわかるな。
That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself?
わかったわ。
Fine. Dmitry does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughed.
何ボサッとしてやがる。歌え歌え。
Don't just sit there. Where we are, keep singing.
ちゃんと歌わなかったやつは車から降ろすからな。
Stop acting like you have been starved, or I will make you get off the jeep and walk the whole way. Their tuned singing resumes. Luga turns off the speaker on board in annoyance.
美容家、ヘッドホンで奴らのチャンネルの通信を監視して。
Oh my god. Belka, put on your headset. You're in charge of monitoring the comms channel. Oh. Belka.
私やだよ。お姉ちゃんとお話ししてたいのに。
Me? Oh no, I want to chat with you, sister.
第一に、今は任務中よ。無駄話はしない。
First of all, we are currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat.
第二に、アンドレスは情報収集があるし、ミシティは。
Secondary, Andores has to gather real-time intel. As for Meshti,
あいつなんかに任せたら、あの連中が全滅しても気づかないでしょうね。
if you leave this to here, we won't even know if those soldiers are all dead.
はいはいはい。だったら任せなきゃいいじゃん。なんならずっと寝させてよ。
Yeah. Better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother to wake me up ever.
待って、お姉ちゃん。それってつまり美容家がミシティより役に立ってミシティより大事だってこと？
Hold on. Pixies, so you are basically saying that Belka is more useful? More important than Meshti, right?
そう捉えてもらって結構。
You can understand it that way.
やったー！美容家、任務を全うしてみせます！
Belka will complete this mission, I promise. Sitting up, Rim roared straight in the passenger seat. Belka puts on the headset somberly, as if she is monitoring information at critical importance. Oh my god. Oh. The situation to be in. Yeah. It's very chaotic group. Organization. Squad. Having regained her peace and quiet, Meshi retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Lukai floors the gas in exasperation.
アンドリス、周辺を警戒して、何かあればすぐに報告を。
Andoris, keep an eye on the situation and report anything immediately.
了解。
Understood?
ドローンの映像を見る限り、しばらくは安全かな。
Judging from the video feed from the drone, it should be safe for now.
でも、隊長。
Still, Leader Klukai? Andoris is still wearing her calm smile, but she let out a soft sigh.
グリーンエリアと違って、ここの朝って寂しいね。
Mornings in the yellow zones are so much desolated than in the green zone. Bogas makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the desert wilderness. Bah, and I thought I would be able to have a good nap this time. Those elves are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? You better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine. I get it. After fighting off the elves encountered on the way, 404 presses on with their journey.
隊長、予想だと あと2時間で目標の集落に到着するよ。
Leader Klukai, we will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours.
情報によれば、住人は約60名。まあ、これも2年前のデータだけど。
According to our current intel, there are about 60 residents at the settlement, though this figure was recorded 2 years ago.
ここの環境は、
The environment here. Andorra peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neurocloud has come to.
こんなところでずっと生きてきたなんて、本当にすごいな。
It's very impressive that have managed to keep living under such harsh conditions.
そうね。用心して。
Yeah, you should be prepared.
ここの環境情報は更新がひどく滞ってる。何が起きてもおかしくないわ。後ろでだらけてるアホを起こしなさい。
The environmental data here is very much not up to date, so we could run into unexpected circumstances at any time. And wake up that invalid back there.
了解。
Sure. Despite what she has just said, Andoris does not wake Meshiti and simply lets her turn to her other side and continue sleeping.
美容家、調査隊の動きは
Belka, any news from the survey cars? Yeah, Belka, I hope Belka will not be enchanted by the music. No! Actually, she does. Oh, by the way, she also have a very Soviet Union inspired name. Leaning against the window and focus on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Kluka's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she humming intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with rhythm.
美容家
美容家はここだよ。お姉ちゃんどうかした？
Ah, Belka's here. Pixie's Klukai, what do you need?
どうかしたって通信の監視を任せたはずだけど何してるの？
What do I need? I told you to stay on the line with the survey car. What the hell are you doing?
そんなに歌うのが好きなら管理局の余興イベントにでも参加したら？
Should I send you to perform at the non-military forces administration concert? Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically.
だってあいつらずっと歌ってるんだもん。なんか癖になってきちゃって。
It's because they keep singing the song. I have been listening for it so long. It's kinda an airworm.
あんたたち少しは真面目にやりなさい。二度も言わせないで。
Stay focused on the job. Don't make me tell you again. Oh my god, so those can also get airworms?
わかりました。
Okay, Pixies.
はいはい。
Triple point. Some blood has congealed, but some blood is still boiling. With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress temporarily conquested from an old building shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure let out a screech. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldiers, firing wildly through the hole in the wall, quickly falls back and wipes the salt off his face, revealing his features. Young Dmitry gasps frantically for breath.
おい
Oh my god.
しっかりしろ。もう少しで援軍が来る。
Yeah, Dmitry is definitely important in this story. We even get a background from him. Hey, put yourself together. Our reinforcements will be here in a bit.
そうは言ってもな、ディミー。もう弾もほとんど残ってない。次の攻撃で俺たちは。
But Dima, we are almost out of ammo. One more push from the enemy will probably... Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground.
んなこと考えてどうする。隊長も言ってただろう。戦場では諦めた奴から死んでいくんだ。
Don't give me any of that. Remember what our team leader said? Pessimism is the worst thing on the battlefield because it only serves to make us die faster.
でも隊長はもう。
But the squad leader himself is already... The soldier glances at the corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumbered there, with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half opened, but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binocular. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door, leading to a brand new day.
ディミー、オイラおふくろに会いてえよ。ずっと入隊を反対されてたんだ。今日は初陣なんだ。これで帰れると思ってたのに。鹿の牛が盗まれたって家を出る前に聞いてさ、ああ最後の牛だってのに。
Dima, I miss my mother. She was always trying to talk me out of enlisting. This is the first time I got sent to the battlefield, and I thought I would go home in triumph. But just before I set off, she told me our cow got stolen a few days ago. That was the very last cow we had. Perhaps due to fear, the young soldier's speech became increasingly incoherent, and his gun hand is shaking violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dmitry looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival.
ならボーナスもらって新しい牛を買わないとね。
Then you should ask her to buy a new cow with your bonus.
ニコライ。
Not faring much better than the others, this soldier named Nikolai sees an opening in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box.
外の銃声は聞こえた？
You hear the gunshots out there? And he is very calm for that. After securing a few lost bullets on the bell, he fits it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answered him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber placed whistle past them overhead, and the air raid's siren is definitely loud. The intensity of the dance gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around.
あれは戦友たちの 新ソ連進撃の行使だ。
That's the sound of our comrades of the Neo-Soviet Union marching onward.
新ソ連はこんなところで終わりはしない。それに僕だって。
The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I.
僕たちの後ろにあるのは新ソ連の大地だ。あれがある限り、僕は引き下がらない。
Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slides the rifle off his shoulders and tosses it over to Dmitry.
なんだこりゃ。銃ならあるぞ。
What is this? I have got a gun.
親父からもらったやつだよ。軍の支給品なんかよりずっといい。君が扱って。
This rifle is from my old man. It has much better spec than your standard issue guns. Use it.
へえ。いいもん持ってんじゃねえか。やるな、お前の親父さん。
Good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beauty.
ああ。無駄話は後だ。敵がまた仕掛けてくる。
You have got no time to talk. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. Dmitry weighs the rifle in his hands. He then shakes the nerves of himself and turns to his other comrade.
みんな聞け。
Listen up, you lot!
隊長が言っていた。増援が来るまで持ちこたえれば俺たちの勝ちだ。
The squad leader said that reinforcements is on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours.
銃を構えろ。敵をここに近づかせるな。お前たちならやれる。
So hold on tight on your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let them storm in here. Under Dmitry and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve and start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack.
いいぞ。
That's more like it.
ドッグタグを墓標にすんじゃねえぞ。戻って勲章と一緒に身につけるんだ。
Our dog tags are to be proudly displayed upon us next to our medals. Not buried in some pitiful mass grave. The impassioned cries in his memory blends into the alarms sounding in the present. Dmitry hurriedly stuffed the dog tag back into his pocket.
総長、生き袋の群れです。すでに404と交戦中。
Herr Sergeant Dmitry, allied hordes spotted. 404 has engaged them.
すが次から次へとキリがねえ。
Damn! Here they come again. There's no end to those bastards.
遠距離支援。生き袋どもを本体に近づかせるな。
Give them long-range support. Don't let the aliens get close to the main force.
はっ。
Starting assist mod. Hey, we're here. Something feels off about them. Received. Now establishing new combat zone. Okay, that was nice. A little bit of sneak peek into Dmitry's past. Interesting. So, make your bets. If someone received a flashback, if he survives in the end of the story. Well. Who knows? But that's probably the rule, right? Cognitive dissonance. Even though we are different. Our story on the stage. H.I.D. 404 arrived at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement.
多分引っ越したんだと思う。
Maybe they simply moved away? Oh, that's a very naive way of thinking. I hope so.
調査隊に確認した。集落は奴らの担当よ。私たちは周辺、半径500メートルの調査に向かうわ。
I just double checked with the survey corps. They will investigate the settlement itself, while we are in charge of looking the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters.
効率を上げるために二手に分かれるわよ。私と
For efficiency's sake, let's split into 2 groups and fan out in opposite directions. I will pair up with H.I.D.E.
美容家が一緒なんだよね。
Me, of course. Without waiting for Glucas to finish, Belka quickly lit us over her to her side. I guess Belka.
今回はいいけど、次からはちゃんと命令を聞きなさい。
Fine, but don't do this again. You must obey my orders.
グルカイお姉ち
Alright, Ixie's clue, okay?
ゃん。よかった。アンドリストなら。
Okay, the other team will get nothing done, I guess. Nice. Since I'm with Andoris, I can.
サボったら殺す。
No slacking off.
アンドリス、ちゃんと見張ってなさいよ。じゃなきゃ二人とも特訓追加だから。
Andoris, make sure she stays on her job, or you can join her in extra drills when we got back.
はーい。
Yeah, sure. Okay, this is the most unreliable team ever.
私と美容家は東、あんたたちは西。何かあればすぐに連絡して。
Belka and I here heading east. You two head west. Get in touch if there are any problems.
出発するわ。
Now let's go. Luca and Belka begins their search near the settlement.
お姉ちゃん大発見しちゃった。
Pixie's Lukai, I found something.
こっちこっち早く早く
Come and have a look. Lukai falls as she appears over at Belka, who is bouncing up and down, waving at her, but she still circles around a border and heads towards her.
今は宝探しなんかしてる場合じゃないのよ。
We are on the mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on the Easter eggs hunt.
だって重要な手がかりかもしれないんだもん。お姉ちゃんに知らせたくて。
I found an important clue and could not wait to show you.
そうだといいけど、
It would be better be important.
もし池袋にかじられたバッグとか、バーチャルアイドルの抱き枕とか、賞金ハンターが埋めた地雷とかだったらどうなるか分かってるのよね。
If you show me another backpack, half chewed by Eretz, body pillow of some virtual idol, yeah, someone has quite a taste there in the settlement. Or dart landmine buried by some bounty hunter, you know what kind of punishment awaits you. Even in this desolated land, someone has a body pillow of some virtual idol. Lama.
本当に違うから。ほら、見て。
It really isn't any of that. Just take a look.
あそこにほら、怪しげな。なんていうか、アートオブジェ的な
There's some really suspicious looking. What should I call them? Installation art? Belka leads Klukai over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed on the ground. Their dark rocks are scattered all over. Their unusual edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous air.
外部から破壊された痕跡がある。本来はこうじゃなかったんだわ。
The main structure shows signs of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like.
そうそう。それでね、気づいたことがあるんだ。
Yeah, you're right. I have found even more important clues.
ほら、ここ。
Right here. Becca was through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile.
お姉ちゃん見て。この辺の石、半分くらい土に埋まってる。まるで何かの台座みたいじゃない？
Pixie's Klukai, look. These ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation.
確かに。この密集具合は人為的なものね。イエローエリアじゃ珍しくもない石だけど、高度が高い割に割れやすいから材料には不向きのはず。この密度からして誰かに積み上げられたものでしょうね。
Indeed, this type of rock is quite common in the yellow zones, but due to its hardness and brightlessness, it is rarely even used as building material. Since they are appearing in such high density here, those rocks were very possibly gathered here deliberately.
パラデウスの仕業かな？それともここの住民が何か特殊な使い方をしてたとか？
Would it be Paradeus? Or did the residents here find some special use for those rocks, then left them behind?
わからない。
Hard to say at the moment.
写真を撮ってリバに送ってちょうだい。彼女に調べさせるわ。
In any case, take some photos and send them over to Leva. Ask Cat look into them.
わかった。
Okay.
それと、来るかいお姉ちゃん。
So, Pixie's Klukai. Seeing Belka's "Please show me with prize" face, Klukai sighs in defeat.
まあ、目の付けどころは悪くないわね。
Your discovery was not entirely useless this time.
褒められちゃった。
I got prized.
調子に乗るな。写真送ったら調査を続けなさい。
Now wipe that damn grin off your face. Get on the search if you are done sending the photos.
1分。あ、いや、30秒もあれば OK。
Understood. Give me a minute. No, I will have it done in 30 seconds. Luca and Belka continues with their investigation along their planned roads, but they find nothing else noteworthy.
お姉ちゃん、この辺もう何もなさそうだし、そろそろ戻ろうよ。あ、調査隊から連絡だ。集落に到着して調査を開始したって。
Pixie's Klukai? There doesn't seem to be much else here. Why don't we head back? Oh, the survey crews just sent the news. They have arrived at the settlement and started their survey there.
そう。404は間もなく任務完了。集落にて合流後、次の行動について確認願う。そう返しておいて。
Send them a response. Tell them 404 is about to wrap up on our end. We will rendezvous with them at the settlement and decide on our next steps.
ガッテン。
Roger!
あれ？お姉ちゃん、あの岩の上にいる白いの、ミシティじゃない？もうここまで調べたの？
Pixie's Klukai? Look at the white march on that rock over there. It seems to be H.I.D.E. Has their search already taken them here?
あいつ、ほんとどこでも寝れるわね。
Then dumbass can sleep anywhere. Belka grins widely as she watches Klukai march angrily ahead.
うぷぷぷぷ。 お姉ちゃん本気で怒ってるよ。ミシティ、今回ばかりはアンドリスに泣きついたって無駄なんだから。
Oh, Meshti, you have pissed Pixie's Klukai off the big time. Not even Andoris can save you now. Oh my god. Klukai, I feel bad. Oh my god, this squad is such a chaos.
あとは、この卓越した能力でお姉ちゃんの心をわしづかみにしちゃえば。
Then I will just have to win Pixie's heart with my outstanding performance. As Klukai approaches the large log, she realizes that Meshti isn't actually tossing on it as she intentionally thought. In fact, Meshti is hatched on the top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. Andoris is also peering inside the vehicle through the window.
アンドリス、上からもよく見えないよ。
Andoris, I cannot really see anything from above either.
隊長に連絡するしかないね。降りてきていいよ。
Then we will have to contact leader Klukai. You would better get down first, Meshti.
あんたたち、何してるの？
What are you doing? Startled by Klukai's voice, Meshti, who is climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside.
いきなり話しかけないでよ。びっくりした。
Holy crap. Don't just pop out of nowhere behind me.
今時ホラーゲームでもジャンプスケアなんて流行らないよ。
Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks.
口答えは結構。そこで何をコソコソしてるの？
Cut the crap. What are you two doing hovering around the jeep?
遺棄された車両を見つけたから気になって調べてたの。
Leader Klukai, we have discovered an abandoned vehicle here.
砂の厚みからしてここに止めて半月以上は経ってるみたい。
Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, he has been here for at least half a month.
それと車にこんなものが。
Also, we found this on the vehicle. Klukai circles around to Andoris' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches.
これは浄化事業調査隊のマーク。
Isn't that the logo of the UNHC purification project survey car?
うん。ドアを開けようとしたんだけど衝撃と爆発で変形しちゃってる。
Yes, we tried to open the doors, but they have jammed, probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained.
ディミトリーさんたちの任務に関係あるといけないから壊すのはやめたの。それで窓から中の様子が見えないかなと思って。
Considering the fact that this may be relevant to the first Sergeant Dmitry's mission, we decided against breaking the doors by force and tried to look inside through the window.
窓にはフィルムが貼られてて結局覗けなかったけど。
But the windows are covered in one-way film, so we can't tell what's there in.
そう、わかったわ。
Right, that's fine.
ビオカ、ぼーっとしてないで調査隊に人をよこすよう連絡しなさい。
Belka, don't just stand here there. Contact the survey corps and get them to send someone over. Okay. Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Belka contacts the survey corps and informs them of 404 discovery.
座標を送ったよ。すぐに来るって。
Pixies, I have sent them the coordinates. They They said they will be here shortly.
了解。
Good.
ミシティ、ドアをこじ開けて。アンドリスは動画で記録。後で揉めると面倒だから。
H.I.D. force the door open. And Doris will record the whole process just so everything is clear.
また力仕事を
Making me do hard physical work again. Despite her complaints, H.I.D. still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock.
バール、車に置いてきちゃった。直接撃ってもいい？
We left the crowbar back in our jeep. Can I just shoot this?
ええ。二人は下がって。怪我するから。
Sure. The rest of you just stand back. Don't get hurt.
じゃあ撃つよ。
Here I go, okay? With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets.
終わり。後のことは知らないっと。出発するときに起こして。
A cute little big mouth. Done. The rest is up to you then. Wake me up when it's time to leave. Luca pulls the door open, and something dark immediately tumbles out. It is the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area.
調査隊の制服だ。
It's a uniform of the survey corps.
あ、中にもう二人いる。
Oh, there are two other in the jeep.
傷口のコーラプスクリスタルの凝縮具合からして、死後半月以上は経ってるね。
Judging from the crystallization on their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. Doris tries her best to see her neurocloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the strains in the interior. She has seen such a grisly sight in the green sun.
血痕を見るに何者かに襲われて、ここに隠れている間に失血死したんだと思う。
The blood stain suggests that they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here.
手に銃を握ったまま、最後まで警戒を。
He's still gripping his weapon, so they were on the lookout till the very end.
それから、車の使用形跡は
Also, the vehicle's age. And Doris scrambles together all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering.
アンドリス、ミシティを起こしてきて。
And Doris, go wake Meshti.
ごめんね。ありがとう、隊長。
Sorry. And thank you, Leader Klukai. Belka watches Andoris with some concern.
アンドリス、大丈夫かな？またフリーズしたりしないよね。
Ixis Klukai, is Andoris okay? Is she gonna crash again?
大丈夫。元は民生用人形だもの。404の世界になれるのに時間がかかって当然よ。
That's alright. She was a civilian doll. It will take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit.
グリーンエリアとイエローエリアって全然違うから。たまに本当に同じ世界なのか疑うもん。
Yeah, the green zones and the yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like two entirely separated worlds.
昔の人間ってみんなグリーンエリアやホワイトエリアみたいな場所で暮らしてたんでしょ？
All human inhabitants used to live in places like green and white zones, right? Taking in Belka's unease, Lukai pondered for a moment, then simply gives out a piece of advice.
アンドレスの感性に影響されちゃダメよ。
Don't let Andores sentimentally get to you.
過去のことも、今の人間の境遇も、私たちには関係ない。
The past has nothing to do with us. The human's current predicament also has nothing to do with us.
わかった。
I understand, Big Sis Cloakai.
残りの死体を引きずり出して、何か見つかるかもしれない。
Extract the remaining 2 bodies from the jeep and see if you can find anything.
待て
Wait! The soldiers of the survey corps have arrived at the scene. Dmitry walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Luka backs up 2 spaces to keep some distance between Dmitry and herself.
あとは俺たちがやる。
We will take it from here.
お前ら車内の遺体を下ろせ。丁寧にだ。
You lot, get the 2 bodies out of the jeep. Be careful with them. After giving the orders, Dmitry circles around the jeep and studies it closely, with another subordinate in tow.
車体は弾痕まみれ。片面は派手にへこんでやがる。大方、環境との接触によるものだろう。
The jeep is covered in bullet holes and dent on the one side, probably caused by scraping against some natural land features.
ナンバーは MIA 部隊のものと一致。
The license plate's number has been confirmed. The vehicle belongs to their missing in action unit.
車内の遺体は腐敗が進み、ドッグタグも見つからない。身元は確認できず。
Due to the extent of decomposition and the missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dmitry calmly voiced all of his observations, while the search next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dmitry's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinate extracts the corpse wrapped in the back seat.
何か発見は？
Found anything at the settlement?
ある。死人だ。エリットに感染した上に、息袋に食い荒らされてやがる。
Yes, dead bodies. Infected with H.I.D.E and graved to bits by H.I.D.Es.
あんたたちの仲間？
Also your people?
いや、地元の住民だ。知らねえ服を着てる。
No, just ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes. Ah, that's our clue.
映像記録は？
Have you got any visual records?
いい加減にしろ。お前に報告する義務はない。
That's enough. I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dmitry has not raised his voice, but his impatience is appeared. Paying no more attention to Klukai, he walks off and calls his superiors on his communicator.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊3762小隊のディミトリー総長です。これより定期報告を行います。
Within the 3762nd platoon of the 7th Environment Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. First Sergeant Dmitry, checking in to give a scheduled update.
ああ、状況はどうだ?
Received. What is the situation? Literally, you are the only one that is in this area. Can you just shorten it up? Like a little bit shorter.
獣医の指示に従い、調査任務を遂行中です。MIA とされていた第7環境調査隊1364小隊の車両及び兵士3名の遺体を発見しました。
Our survey mission is still underway, as per our orders. We have discovered a vehicle registered under the 1364th platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, which was declared missing, along with the remnant of 3 soldiers.
丁重に弔ってやれ。ロクサット主義の未来のために犠牲となった英雄たちだ。
Let them rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of Rosatrism.
ええ、分かっています。
Understood.
それとですが、順位改めて進言します。やはり今は部隊を撤退させ、増援の到着とともに任務を再開すべきです。
In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resume the mission when reinforcements arrived. With the past in mind that we have, now we can understand why he really wants the reinforcements.
理由は
Reason being?
九段の兵士たちはいずれも銃撃による致命傷が死因です。
All 3 of the soldiers found dead from gunshots wounds.
彼らの車両には調査隊のマークがついており、3名とも軍服でした。賞金ハンターやバレアグが彼らに対峙するとは思えません。
Their vehicle clearly bears the Survey Corps insignia, and the soldiers are in their uniforms. Bounty hunters or even the Waigers would not engage them in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances.
記録にはない敵性勢力がこのエリアに存在し、意図的な襲撃を仕掛けたものだと推測します。
I believe there may be some undocumented forces at work in this area. There's a high possibility that this was a target attack. The silence on the other end of the line makes Dmitry restless.
順位、私は命が惜しくてデタラメを言ってるんじゃありません。今回の任務は予想よりはるかに複雑。
Sir, I'm not saying that this is our cowardice, but we have encountered far more complications on this mission than expected.
ディミトリー総長、イエローエリアに銃規制はない。たかが3人襲われただけでは何の証拠にもならん。
First Sergeant Dmitry, there are no gun regulations in the yellow zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim.
それにだ。君のいるエリアは物資に乏しい。孤立した調査隊にバリアグが略奪を働いても何ら不思議ではない。
Besides, resources are scarce where you are, so Waigers operating in the area are very likely to target straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder military supplies.
順位、自分が何を言ってるか分かってるんですか？
Sir, do you even know what you are saying?
ディミトリー総長、任務を続行しろ。これは命令だ。
First Sergeant Dmitry, continue with your mission. That's an order. Okay, this guy has also a punchable face, I bet, on the other line.
闇雲な命令は任務の足を引っ張るだけです。1364小隊は全員が MIA。こちらも戦死率は3割を超えている。増援なしでは任務遂行など不可能です。
Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire 1364th platoon is declared mere. And I have already lost 1/3 of my own platoon. I cannot guarantee the success of this mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements.
ここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないのだ。
You cannot stop.
死ぬ覚悟ならとっくにできてる。だが部下をクソみたいな計画のために犬死にさせるのはごめんだ。
We're not afraid to die, but I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan.
今の発言は反逆罪とも取れるぞ。言葉を慎みたまえ。
Watch your tongue if you don't want to place the soldiers in our entire company in even more danger.
このエリアの調査は他と比べて随分と遅れをとっている。しかも我々の大半は元新ソ連軍の武闘派だ。調査隊、路線防衛軍。それが立場の危うい我々に残された最後の の居場所なのだ。
Our survey is already progressing much slower than other areas, and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Railway Force Survey Corps is the last refugee we have.
武闘派の失脚は何も戦争だけが原因ではない。そして戦争そのものが残した爪痕も深い。物資と人員配置の不自由さがその最たる例だ。
Our fall from grace was not caused only by losing a war, and there's more at stake here than short-term resources allocation and personal assignments. Dmitry falls silent. The UNC insignia of his teammate's uniform around him are suddenly white an eyesore, and here he thought he has already gotten used to the change.
今回はこの辺にしておこう。任務を全うしてくれ。
Alright, this conversation ends here. Continue with your mission.
一番近い増援を呼んである。予定よりも早く到着するはずだ。
I'm dispatching the nearest troops to you to give you some backup. They will get there ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds,
安全にはくれぐれも気をつけろ。
Stay
無事
sharp.
帰還できることを祈る。
I await your safe return. After the call ends, Dmitry stows his communicator away in silence. The bulkier and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him.
総長、遺体はすべて回収しました。
Sir, the remains of the 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep.
検視はまだですが。
We have not inspected them yet.
わかった。今行く。
Right. I will go have a look. By the time Dmitry returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The door of H.I.D.E 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses.
総長、必要な撮影は終わりやした。検視、始めますか？
Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentations. Should we begin the inspection?
俺がやる。
Let me do it. The soldiers move aside to make some space for Dmitry. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through the clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scare away the corpse crystals formed by the wounds. His hands move efficiently but with gentle respect.
タグはどこだ？
Where are the dog tags? After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets.
使えるものは回収して遺体を埋めろ。
Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains.
それから身につけてる小物も回収しておけ。持ち運べるようなやつだ。遺族に渡しておかないとな。
And keep some of their personal belongings that won't make up too much space. Their families deserve to know. Dmitry falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep. Then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Luca and Doris huddle in for a close look. Dmitry shows them a glare but does not stop them.
3枚とも同じ内容？
They are all the same?
なあ。
Yeah.
ところどころマーキングがしてある。地図？地図に必要な要素はないね。
There are a lot of markings. Would this be maps? But then again, They don't have any key elements you will find on maps.
それにこの数字の羅列とオリジンって単語原点のことかな。
Also, 3 numbers. And the word origin? What origin? Andor studied the number next to the marking on the piece of paper.
座標でもなさそうだね。
They don't make sense at coordinates either.
軍の暗号が一発で解けてたまるかよ。
These are in military code. As if we would just let you read such sensitive information.
あんたは何か分かったの？
So you know what this means? Luka's question has obviously touched a rough nerve, and Dmitry immediately flies into a blusterous rage.
何見てやがる。隊ごとに暗号の規則が違えんだよ。情報漏洩を防ぐためだ。
Keep your noses out of this. All communications between units are encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked.
俺たちは単なる臨時編成だからな。環境調査隊のルールなぞ知らなくて当然だ。
The Railway Force are just temporarily seconded, so it's natural that we don't know the survey code cipher. Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dmitry pulls them away for now.
3人が1枚ずつ持ってたってことはかなり重要な内容であるはずよ。
All 3 of them keep a separate copy of their persons, so it must contain some very important information.
んなことは分かってる。
I'm well aware of that. Goes without saying. Dmitry dismissed Luka's observation. He checks the times and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates.
もう日が暮れる。さっさと片付けて集落でキャンプを張るぞ。
It's getting late. Get a move on and get this place cleaned up. We will set up camps at the settlement tonight.
この辺は物騒だ。今夜から見張りを倍に増やせ。
This isn't exactly the place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we are doubling the numbers of sentries in each shift.
順位の話じゃ増援はもう出発したそうだ。野郎ども、あと少しだ。援軍と合流できりゃ、こんな任務をとっとと終わらせて、クソみてえな生活とおさらばできる。頂上列車に戻れば、昇進間違いなしだ。
Also, I just ask our comms. Our reinforcements are already on their way. Just hang in there a bit longer. Once we link up with them and finish the job, we can kiss this shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay raise await you.
Huh!
Dmitry is relieved to see that his subordinates' morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Luka speaks up.
ディミトリー、
なんだ。用もないのにフラフラするな。
What? Get out of the way. Luka jabs a thumb to the side.
何が言いたい？話があるならここでしろ。
What do you want to say? Just say it right here.
どの死体にもドッグタグがなかった。本当にここで話すつもり？
There are no dog tags on all 3 bodies. Are you sure you want to have this discussion here? Dmitry raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Luka to follow him.
ブージャムの体内から発見されたドッグタグは彼らのものね。
Did the dog tags found on the Borjum belong to them?
でも死体には生き袋に荒らされた形跡がなかった。
But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed.
おい、ここはイエローエリアだぞ。タグをなくしてたっておかしくはねえさ。
Oh, it's always bad with you. There's danger everywhere in the yellow zones. Losing your dog tag isn't that unusual.
私の知る限り、 軍人は何があってもドッグタグを手放したりしないはずだけど。
From what I know, soldiers cling to their dog tags even in death.
お前みてえなガラクタに何がわかる。
What do you think cans know?
黙って働け。余計な詮索はするな。
Just do your job and mind your own business. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dmitry storms off.
ディミトリーさん、現実を受け入れられないんだね。
Looks like Mr. Dmitry is not ready to face the truth.
明らかに不自然な点を見て見ぬふりするなんて、ただの怠慢よ。
He's still trying to delude himself even when such an obvious problem is staring him in the face. He is shirking his duties. I don't know which obvious problem it is. I'm not a military expert. I don't know why what it means.
厳しいね。クルカイ隊長は。
Maybe a bit too harsh to him, Leader Klokai.
こっちはどうする？近くでキャンプを張ろうか。
So what do we do now? Are we also setting up camp nearby?
そうして、私は集落に戻ってリバに連絡する。
Yeah, we'll go check on the settlement. Then I will get in touch with Leva.
ミシティと美容家にはパラデウスのこと口外しないよう言っといて。
Remind Mishti and Belka to keep their mouths shut about Paradios.
はーい。
At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. The few who are on the sentry duty and the doors of the H.I.D.E 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dmitry takes out the dog tags again.
Nikolai! 俺だ！開けろ！
Nikolai! Hey! Open up! Dmitry knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens when he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes up for a second before letting him in.
静かに。規則を忘れたのか。
Keep it down. Have you forgotten the rules?
別にいいだろう。
Ah, come on! Dmitry plunks himself down on the empty bed while Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading.
情報学原理。
Principles of Informatics?
相変わらず頭でっかしたな、お前は。今時紙の本か？ま、頼りにならない機械よりはマシだけどな。
Still reading physical books in this day and age? What a freak nerd. But that's good. Machines cannot be trusted.
前に一緒に戦った機械兵器がいてさ、ロレン軍に接収されて、権限を書き換えられた途端、俺のことなんざ忘れちまいやがった。
The droids that used to serve with us on the battlefield would not even recognize us after their authorizations got rewritten when the UNHC army took over.
こっちはペットみたいに可愛がってたんだぜ。あのちっこい偵察機を。
To think I took a liking to that little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet.
ディーミー、声が大きいよ。
Dima, not so loud.
あったよ。大声出さなきゃいいんだろ。
Fine, I will drop my voice. Dmitry takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly.
この寮も、もうお前だけが。
You're the only one left in this room, eh?
うん。昨夜除隊して帰ったやつが最後だったよ。
Yeah. The last one left last night. Retired from service and went home.
お前は？
What about you?
やるべきことをやるだけだ。
I do what I gonna do. Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book.
のんきなもんだな。カーター将軍が失脚して、お前の実家にも影響があったはずだろ
You have awfully blazed about this. General Carter's fall must have affected your family, surely?
まあね。でも年寄りが一線を引くのは当然のことだ。
It's not anything out of the ordinary for an old man to step down.
何しに来たんだ？僕の家を心配しに来たのか？
Why are you here? You didn't come here just to show your concern about my family, did you?
実はだな。
I came here because of this. Dmitry pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows silent.
辞令だ。今朝判を押された。
A transfer order. Stamped this morning.
こっから数年は辺境だ。その後もどこに飛ばされるか知らねえ。
I'm going to Breton. Gonna spend a few years on the border. Then God knows where they will send me.
どうして？君の階級ならここに残れたはずだ。
Why? With your rank, you could have applied to stay.
残るのがいいとは限らないだろう。昔からの腐れ縁どもと島流しされんのも悪くない。
Staying doesn't seem like much a good idea. I would rather be exiled along with my brothers.
近い将来、頂上列車ってのが建造されるらしい。で、俺たちはそれを守る防衛軍の予備部隊ってわけだ。楽な仕事じゃなさそうだが、よく考えてみろ。がっぽり稼ぐチャンスだぜ。
I hear they're gonna build something called the Great Wall Railway, and we will be reserved garrison forces. It sounds pretty tough, but now that I think about it, there should be plenty of opportunities to turn a near profit.
人儲けしたら仲間と軍を抜けてビジネスでもやろうと思ってる。
Then, when I make a fortune, I will take my brothers, leave the army, and start a business.
軍を辞めるのか？
You don't want to serve anymore?
まあな。残る理由もない。
Yes, not? No point.
今までは戦う目的があった。今はカーター将軍も将軍についてた KCCO の連中もいない。みんな辞めちまった。軍に至って何をしていいかわからねえ。
I used to head onto the battlefield with some sort of idea. Now that General Carter is gone, and his followers in the H.I.D.E are gone, I don't see the point in staying.
軍にいることだけが戦いじゃない。
This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers.
何言ってんだ。軍がなけりゃ俺たちは誰のために戦えってんだ。
No? So what are we fighting for when nobody left? Ghosts?
守るべきものさえいれば、軍人は軍人であり続ける。たとえどこにいようとね。
As long as those we have sworn to protect are still there, we will remain soldiers, no matter where we are deployed.
ディミ、辺境防衛もいいけど、あんまり自分を甘やかすな。
Dima, there's nothing wrong with being stationed on the border, but you must not let yourself lose. Hearing their disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dmitry gently smiles slowly disappear.
ニコライ、俺は喧嘩しに来たんじゃない。別れを言いに来たんだ。
Nikolai, I came here to say goodbye, not to argue with you.
別に喧嘩するつもりはないよ。事実を言ったまでさ。
Not arguing with you, I'm just telling the truth.
事実？寝ぼけてんのかお前。
Truth, my ass. Stop lying to yourself.
死んでいった連中を切りかける人間はいねえ。生き残った連中も左遷か除隊だ。軍事法廷にかけられた奴もいた。
Nobody gave a damn about the brothers who died, and those who somehow managed to survive were either demoted, dismissed, or even got court-martialed.
俺たちみてえな鉄砲玉はな、ありがたく辺境防衛を拝命すんのがお似合いなんだよ。
They let small flies in non-core forces like us keep our ranks but sent us to marginalized departments as so-called reassignment. In a rage, Dmitry marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down to the desk in front of his friend.
これを見ろ。ドッグタグは戦場で俺たちの存在を唯一証明できるものだ。
And take a look at this. A soldier's dog tag is our only proof of identity of the battlefield.
それがどうだ。エンブレム、部隊番号、コールサイン、何もかも変わっちまった。
But what happened? They changed everything. They designed my unit number, even my service number.
お前はこのタグに書かれてるのが俺だと言えるのか。え？
Do you think the person listed on this dog tag is still me?
そんなの身分の証明でしかない。君は君だ。ディミトリー准尉。
This is just a form of identification. You are you, Warrant Officer Dmitry.
バカ言うな。俺は身も心も新ソ連人だ。だが新ソ連はもう新ソ連じゃなくなる。これからはロクサット主義合衆国連盟新ソ連大工だ。
Get real! Warrant Officer Dmitry would only ever serve the Neo-Soviet Union, but from now on, it won't be the Neo-Soviet Union anymore, but the Neo-Soviet Union districted under the UNSC.
カーター将軍は死んだ。新ソ連は死んだ。俺たちの理想も何もかも死んだ。
It's over for the General Carter, it's over for the Neo-Soviet Union, and it's over for our dreams. Dmitry pats heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face turned utterly calm.
とにかく俺はもう夢を見るのはやめたのさ。周りにいる連中と俺自身を守ってこのクソったれな世の中を生き抜いてやる。
Anyway, I had enough of talking about ideas. I just want to protect myself and those around me, so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world.
お前も後のことを考えた方がいい。カーター将軍の隊はほとんど粛清されたんだ。残ってもいいことはね。
You should look out for yourself. They are already going after General Carter's followers. If you stay, they will surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you. I'm assuming we lost and we actually got captured by the enemy.
叶うあてもない理想と心中するな。
Don't let a dead dream drag you into an early grave. Dmitry pulls away his dog tag stiffly.
いいさ。俺が言いたいのはそれだけだ。
There,
じゃあな。
I said my piece. I will go then. When Dmitry reaches the door, Nikolai, who has been silent the whole time, calls out to him.
ディミ。
どうした？
What? Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitry's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest.
それは本当に君の本心なのか？
Ask yourself in here. Do you genuinely believe that? Oh, we're getting quite some big story about Dmitry. I'm asking myself if, like, or how to, like, what importance will he be still there after this event? Dmitry finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used belonged to Nikolai. Then at the three soldiers sleeping deeply not far from him. Some of them are comrades in arms who served the new Soviet Union alongside him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideas. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. He let out another sigh and stows the dog tags away.
ああ、そうだ。少なくとも俺はまだ生きてる。
At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. Oh, this is so damn sad starting to get. Where does it all lead to? Mind remap. To bow down and be tamed is to be close to destruction, that the destruction of one's existence. Target eliminated. Moving forward. Yay, I can finally go back and lie down. A drone? Beep 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 beep. After fending off the elites that attacked them along the way, Luca walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leva with obvious displeasure.
予定した定時連絡時刻より10時間も遅れてる。
You are calling 10 whole hours later than you're supposed to.
管理局にいる割に時間の管理はできてないよね。
Doesn't the non-military forces administration administer their time?
まあまあ、そうしょっぱなから怒らないで。
Oh my, don't be so clumsy right off the bat.
私にだってれっきとした仕事があるの。連絡が遅れたって変じゃないわ。
I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know. It's quite understandable that I cannot always check in with you on time.
ハイド404メンバー規則。通信と会議について第24条。
Rules and regulations for H.I.D.E 404 members. Call and meetings. Article 24.
事情により会議の参加や通信が困難な場合、他の参加者や通信相手に理由を説明の上、会議もしくは通信の代替時間を明確に提示すること。
In the event of the emergency, participant must be informed of the cancellation of the meeting or call. Their reason must be stated, and their scheduled time must be confirmed.
もう一度繰り返そうか？
Need I repeat that?
来る会はルールが多すぎるのよ。覚えられっこないわ。
You have got too many rules, Klukai. Who can remember all them?
あんたたち一人一人がエリート人形としての自覚を持っていれば、おのずとそんなルールも必要なくなる。
If you could hold yourself to the high standards that befit elite titles, there would not need to be so many rules.
半ページくらいしか規則がなかった時もうまくやってたじゃない。
We coped well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page.
それは昔の話。今は私が隊長よ。
That was then. Now I'm the squad leader.
へえ、その隊長様が私程度に連絡がつかないからって不安になってたんだ。
And you, Leader Klukai, the almighty lady, was getting their jitters because she could not get in touch with a humble little member like me?
誰が不安よ。
Who was getting the jitters?
もういいわ。本題に入って。
Never mind. Let's get down to business. Leva chuckles at Klukai's happiness. Having succeeded in reeling her up, she decided to call it for day.
映像記録は全部見させてもらったわ。レナが集めた情報によれば、その石はパラデウスが残したものに間違いないわね。集落の死者の服装も構成員のものと一致する。
I have had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evident of Paradios activity, a fact that is corroborated with by Lena's intern. Their deceased in the settlement were also dressed in attire that matched the uniform of Paradios members.
おめでとう。ようやく進展があったわね。
So congrats! Finally some concrete progress.
これのどこがめでたいのよ。
Huh. It's not really anything worth celebrating.
進展がなくてもしかめっ面、あってもしかめっ面。まったく世話が焼けるわね。来るかい隊長様は。
You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and you are upset now that it's confirmed to be Paradios. You're so hard to please, O almighty leader Cloakai.
口の聞き方がなってないわよ。リバ隊員。
If you know I'm the leader, then drop the dizzy act and start taking this serious.
それでパラデウスは一体何を？ネートが建築学でも始めたとか？
What has Paradios have been up in the past few years? Have the Nitron started studying architecture?
まだ調査中だけど、パラデウスが人間の構成員を洗脳してるのは確かよ。洗脳された人間は自身のことをユナイタスと呼んでるわ。
We are still investigating the specific details, but one thing is for certain. Paradios has stepped up their brainwashing of their human members, who now refer to themselves as Unitas.
あの石の山だけど、壊される前はおそらくこんな感じね。
Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Unitas? I hope this is not the Russian one. Leva sent an image to Cloakai.
これは石の塔？
That's a tower?
彼らの何らかのシンボルよ。パラデウスはこれでユナイタスを従わせて自分たちの実験に利用しようとしてる。そしてその目的は達成された。
It is some sort of totem. Paradios strangles their Unitar's fate and loyalty using this, so that they will be more obliged to serve their experiments. Well, it worked, apparently.
何のために？従わせるだけならネートの武力制圧で十分じゃない。
What is the point? If they want to force people to comply, their Newton force is more than enough.
来るかいって人間のことちっとも分かってないのね。私たちは理性に従って行動するけど、人間は精神や感情に影響されがちなの。
You don't understand human at all, Cloakai. We operate according to logic, but human actions are often compelled by emotions and beliefs.
それに無理やり協力させて突発的状況を警戒するよりも精神的に制御した方が簡単で確実でしょ？
Rather than subjecting them to experiment by force and having to look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it's much more efficient to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely.
人形で例えるなら権限の書き換えかしらね。通常の世界からパラデウス名義に書き換えるの。
To make an analogy, it would be akin to overwriting their protocols, like transferring their command authorizations from normal society to Paradios.
人間の学者にでもなったつもり？
Stop trying to make yourself out to be some kind of anthropologist.
来るかいよりは詳しいかな。ほんの少しだけど。
I'm just a little more knowledgeable than you in this subject.
つまりパラデウスは以前にも増して厄介になったってことね。
So in other words, Paradios is even trickier to deal with than before?
そうね。組織としては極めてたちが悪くなってきてる。 ネイトの戦闘力は上がる一方、さらに理性を失ったユナイタスときた。
That's right. They're basically well on their way to becoming an extremist group. The Neton are only getting more powerful, and now they have recruited a bunch of deranged units.
レナとカリンは別の調査で手が回らないの。私もヘルプに出てるからもう忙しくて。来る会がいてくれて助かったわ。
Lena is busy investigating other things for Kalina, so I cannot accept any help from her. In fact, they need my help, so I have got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thanks goodness, you are here to give a hand, Klukai.
そんなに危険なら、前に言ってたもう一組の増援はどうなってるのよ。
They are so dangerous. When will the reinforcements you promised arrive? Both parties are waiting for reinforcements. I do really hope that our reinforcements come in time.
もうすぐもうすぐ。多分来る会なら気に入ると思うよ。
Very soon, very soon. I think you will be well pleased.
え？
With an air-splitting burst of static, the comm lines breaks down.
よりによってこんな時に。
Talk about bad timing. Luca regards what Leva just said. Well pleased? What kind of reinforcements would make her well pleased? Damn. Stop teasing us! 404 have always preferred to work on their own. The way Luca sees it, taking external help is a show of weakness. So she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outside to begin with, and the chances of Klukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule unless a figure appears in Klukai's neural cloud, but she soon dismissed the idea. No, it couldn't be him, or he would not have responded with faint nonchalance. But even as Klukai refused to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduced her processing speed, so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. In any case, she would better ask for some more clarification from Leva, so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Kluga is about to send another comms request, Andoris walks over to her.
隊長、サーバーに繋がらなくなっちゃったみたい。信号がすごく弱くなってる。しばらく遠隔通信とメンタルバックアップに影響が出そうだね。多分、コーラプスストームのせいだと思う。
Leader Klukai, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength. It's not at zero, but it is very weak. So long-range comms and neural cloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapsed star. Andoris looked over at the survey cores nearby. Dmitry is taking to his subordinate.
よかったら聞いてこようか。今は調査隊の軍用回線を使ってるけど、向こうも同じ状況なら、あまり本体から離れない方が良さそうだし。
Should we talk to him about this? We are currently using their military line. If even the military alliance is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey core.
私が行くわ。ミシティと美容家に勝手に行動しないよう伝えて。
Right. Tell Mishti and Belka not to take authorized actions. I will discuss this with them.
はーい。
Luka approaches the survey core and notices that the few soldiers that Dmitry was talking to have split into the two groups and started loading their equipment onto their assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dmitry is giving more orders to other subordinates.
タイの人数が減ると危険性が増す。警戒を怠らせるな。
With fewer people on the team, the mission will become more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes.
受信増幅装置は最大出力。それと、兵たちと404に伝えろ。臨時基地局を建設し終わるまで、通信指示範囲から出るなとな。
Crank the signal booster all the way up and tell everyone, including the those from 404, to remain within comms range until the temporary base stations are set up.
はっ、総長。
Roger, sir.
よし行け。
Good. Now get to work. After Larian is gone, Klokai walks over to Dmitry.
受信増幅装置は限界みたいね。
Is the signal booster no good anymore?
じゃなきゃ、こんな時に部隊を分散させるか？
If it was you, you think I would split the team up at such a critical stage of the mission?
ここはもともと電波が悪い上に、コーラップスストームが頻発するエリアだ。上との連絡もつきやしねえ。臨時基地局を建てなけりゃ、MIA の仲間入りだ。
The signal is already garbage in this freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a while. There's no way of getting any word out of the moment. If we don't set up those temporary base stations, we will be declared missing in action.
ツーマンセルは危険よ。この状況だと4人チームが妥当だと思うけど。
Sending your man out in pairs isn't safe. Under those circumstances, it is better to act in groups of 4.
当たり前だ。だがこの人数でどうしろってんだ。
But I have only got this handful of men. What will you have me do?
部隊にある良さそうな装備は全部持たせた。
I will send them out with a good quality gear.
それにな、あいつらは俺が鍛えたんだぜ。兵士一人で3人力だ。
And one of my men is as good as 3.
ここはレッドエリアにかなり近い。今までとは比べ物にならないほど複雑な環境なのよ。慎重になるべきだわ。
We are already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you are expecting so far. You really should be more careful.
ガラクタに何がわかる？戦場に出るってろに士気がなけりゃ、どんないい装備を持ってようがいい的だ。
Ah, for Christ's sake. What does a team can like you know? Getting scared before you even reach the battlefield? You will get shot into Swiss cheese even with that fancy weapon of yours.
無駄口叩いてる暇があったら、生き袋でもぶちのめしてきたらどうだ。機械がいちいちうるせえんだよ。
If you have got time to yap, just spend it on killing elites. Jeez, why is this stupid machine being so loud-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base station split from their main force and set out to carry out their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator lights blink as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Sphere's monitor. Yeah, we're getting watched.
分散した部隊の追跡よ。
Keep up with the splinter groups. Oh my, this is very unsettling being watched by Blue Sphere. And we still have a way long way to go here. Direct C. Those shining lights are unbearably weak here. Even though the GPS is severely hindered by those terrible signal receptions, the survey course and H.I.D.E 404 are still painstakingly conducting their environmental survey.
総長、両チームからの信号をキャッチしました。無事、臨時基地局を建設できたようです。信号の強度も回復しました。外界と通信可能です。
Sir, two of the groups have sent their signals. It appears that they have finished setting up the temporary base stations. The signals reception of our comms line has also returned to medium strength, and external communication have been restored.
建設地にたどり着いてないチームもいますが、彼らとも連絡が取れています。
Some of the groups still have not found suitable locations to set up their base stations, but they have re-established communication with the main force.
よし、上出来だ。完了したチームにはその場で待機させろ。
Oh, not bad. Notify the brothers at the base stations and tell them to stay put for now.
ありゃあくまで臨時だ。池袋に破壊されないよう気をつけろ。
The temporary base stations are a poor substitute for standard ones. They must take an extra care not to let things like elites damage them.
ブージャム系の対応不可能な事態に遭遇したら、自身の安全を最優先し、本体に連絡させろ。
And if they encounter boredom or anything that cannot manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once.
はっ、総長。
Yes, sir. On the cold digital monitor, two specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the sky. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dmitry wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day.
また順位に連絡しねえと。クソ誰が。
It's time to contact the warden office again. This shitty place. An explosion, Monka. The jeep is hit by the strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dmitry's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of the pile-up collisions. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded on a half with blown-up tires and heavy smoke.
なんだ？何があった？
God damn, what just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The doors of H.I.D.E 404 have already leaped into actions, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers.
レーダーが回復しないうちに接近していた模様。
They must have snuck up on us while our radars were still down.
敵の所属は不明。
We don't know which armed forces it is.
全員に捨てろ。遮蔽物を探して相手の隙を伺え。反撃に備えろ。
Get everyone to find a cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for my orders and prepare to counterattack. So it's actually humans and not elites that sneaked behind us. Damn. It's probably Manga's security force or so. Wow, ambush. Quick, hide. Hey, our friend is here. Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dmitry directs his subordinates and the doors of 404 to clean up the battlefield. After some thoughts, he walks over to Klukai.
おいお前。来るかい？くそ。呼びづらい名前つけやがって。
Hey, what's your name again? Klukai? Damn, what the hell kind of name is Klukai? Klukai and Doris focus on inspecting the wreck of the enemy mechanical units. Do not bother to look up.
何？
What is it?
前に不明勢力に襲われたと言ったな。
Didn't you mention you got attacked by an unknown armed forces earlier?
こいつらか。
Were they the ones?
待って。
Hold on.
ああ、
アンドリス、結果は？
And Doris, do we have the results of the analysis?
もう少し部品と仕様の確認中。
Not yet. I still have to double check some of the connections methods and part specifications.
ミシティと美容家が他の残骸を調べに行ったの。あの子たちからのデータも加味しないと。
I just asked H.I.D.E and Belka to inspect the other wreckages so that I can incorporate the data yet collected into the analysis.
了解。なるべく早くね。
Right, make it quick. Leaving Andoris to work in peace, Luca rises to her full height.
検査したけど、機械に明確なマークはないわね。一般的な PMC の機械を改造したんでしょう。
A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identifications on those mechanical units, which appears to have been modified from the general PMC machinery.
改造手法と部品データが高確率で一致すれば、同一勢力と見て間違いないはずよ。
So, we are trying to compare the methods and parts used in the modification with the units we encountered before. If there are multiple matches, we can be reasonably sure that they are from the same factions.
さっきは人間兵もいたぞ。死んだか逃げたかのどっちかだが。
There were humans in the force that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled.
お前らの時は人間はいたのか？
Have you also encountered humans armed forces before?
いなかったわ。改造された機械兵器だけよ。
No, it was only modded automatos that attacked us.
明らかに火力が強化されてる。それに人間兵の武器も高性能だった。
Those new automatos has better firepowers, and the humans were armed with very high quality weapons. Luca peers down at the dent left by the bullets that hit her on the forearm.
経験上、バリアーグや賞金ハンター程度じゃ、あんな装備は無理ね。
In my experience, neither the Vaegas nor ordinary bounty hunters can afford this level of armament.
ああ。
総長、報告します。
First Sergeant Dmitry,
敵兵の遺体をくまなく調べましたが、所属を示すものはありませんでした。
we have searched the humans remaining thoroughly but found no meaningful clues.
わかった。武器、資源、防護装備、何でもいい。使えるものは回収しておけ。
Alright. See if you can find any usable weapons, energy sources, or protective equipment. Gather everything you can find and take them with us.
しかし、非正規は暴発する危険性もあります。規則に違反するのでは？
But sir, non-standard issue weapons could cause injuries or death to the user. This is against regulations.
こんな時に規則もクソもあるか。使えるもんは片っ端から使え。
Who cares about the regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on. It maybe can be a trap, but if the humans were equipped with really high weapons, then I would really better take those.
だがそうだな。電子発信機能のついたものは捨てておけ。
Still, check everything carefully. Get rid of anything with electric messaging capability.
はっ。
What?
隊長、ディミトリーさん、照合結果が出ましたよ。
Leader Cloakai, Mr. Dmitry, I have the analysis results.
同系統の機体は、だいたい同じコネクターで射撃管制コアに接続されています。パーツはよく見る軍用ブランドなので、ネットで製造ロットを確認しようと思ったんですが。
The fire control cores installed on mechanical units of the same type generally had the same ports. As for the parts, they're just your run-of-the-mill military stuff, so I thought I would check the manufacturer's bench through the net, but...
どうしたの？
But what? We don't have any connections to the net, don't we?
信号が途切れちゃいました。
My signal got disconnected.
なんだと？
What? Dmitry rummages through his pockets of his communicator, but then he remembers he has fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Loka confirmed Andori's observation after checking the connections herself.
確かに途切れてる。
We are indeed disconnected.
バカな。臨時基地局を建てたばかりだぞ。信号が弱まるわけが。
Impossible. Temporary base stations are up and running. The signal should be more stable. No, don't tell. Oh my god. Dmitry rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There's no sign of the blinking lights. No, don't do it like this. Two hours ago. Oh, it was like a...
どう？計画は順調？
How is it going? Is the plan processing smoothly?
はい。一部変化はございましたが。
Yes. Though there have been some unexpected changes along the way.
変化？新しい増援でも呼ばれたの？
Changes? Have they received more reinforcements?
いいえ。調査隊は信号が弱まったと知ると、いくつかのチームに分かれて臨時基地局を建設し始めました。
No. But once the survey corps noticed the signal deteriorations, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations.
彼らは予想以上に慎重なようです。
They are even more cautious than we thought.
いいニュースとは言えないわね。
Ah, that's not good news.
分散した部隊も一人残らず片付けるのよ。
Make sure you don't let off the splinter groups.
承知しました。マグニセキュリティについてですが、この地でパラデウスと行動した経験はあるものの、複雑な気候と活発な生き袋の影響で地形を把握しきれていません。
No problem. However, even though Monkey Security has aided in Paradios operations with this area, they are not very accustomed to the local terrains due to the complex environment conditions and rampant Eretz activities.
今はブージャムの追跡にも人員を割いています。調査隊のすべての動きを監視するのは困難です。
They have had to allocate parts of their crew to take out a Borgium, so we are not fully aware of the entire survey corps movement at the moment.
罠をすり抜けた魚のリスク。私が言わなくてもわかるわよね。
I need not remind you of the danger of fish that sleeps the net, do I?
調査隊が引き起こしたトラブルのこと忘れちゃったの？
Don't forget the troubles caused by the survey corps last time.
いいえ。すでにあなた様のご命令通り、マグニセキュリティに攻撃を命じております。
Right. I have already notified Manga Security to take actions. As per your orders.
エリアに信号管制を施しました。軍用回線を用いても、外部との連絡は不可能でしょう。
And to prevent the survey corps from reporting the situation to their superiors, I have applied signal restrictions to their current locations. The military line is completely down.
まずまずってとこかしら。
That's acceptable, I suppose.
確実な方法とは言い難いわ。ビーコンや臨時基地局がある限り突破される可能性は残るわけでしょ。
But it's not a guarantee of fail-safe solutions either. So long as the signal marker on temporary base station exists, there's a risk that they can get out of this.
ブルースフィア？
Kalkon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor.
まさか対策を用意してないわけないわよね。
I hope you have contingency plan in place.
あくまで応急手段です。ご指示通り、分散した調査隊員の捜索、殲滅、および通信妨害は継続してまいります。
They're just an emergency countermeasures. As per your orders, I will spare no efforts in searching for and eliminating the survey corps splinter groups as well as destroying their existing local science marker.
そう、それならよかった。
Oh, that's marvelous to hear. And I hope you failed. Like big fail.
そうだわ。ちょっとしたアドバイスがあるんだけど、聞きたい？
By the way, I have another piece of advice for you.
何でしょう？
What is it?
セシト&ファルベンからの命令だけど。
Catch Faben has instructed me to relay this message.
必要時には保険を使え、ですって。
You may activate the last resort if necessary.
使うか否か、使うタイミングは任せるわ。最後まで手際よくお願いね。保険といえどかなりリスキーだから。当局に目をつけられたら説明に困るもの。
The decision of activating it is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all those lost ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it would be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion.
同じ命令をマグニセキュリティにも伝えてあるわ。彼らに起動権限の移譲をお願いすればいいから。
The same order has also been instructed to Manga Security. Just request an authorization transfer from them.
かしこまりました。
Understood.
それじゃ、頑張ってね。
That's it. Good luck then. Before the comm lines is terminated, Krogan suddenly taps the screen.
あ、そうそう。
One more thing.
上が調査隊にまた増援を派遣したわ。1日か2日もあればそちらに着くはずよ。もう随分と近づいてるみたい。絶対に気づかれないようにね。
Since the survey corps keep pestering their superior, they have been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. This new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a thing. Ah, they even listen to our comms. They are like literally, oh, we're being watched in this located area without signal, and on top of all of that, our reinforcements, like they know from of our reinforcements, and they are even very late. It does not look good. Anomalous projection. The incomprehensible images gain meaning the moment light spins on it. Having awaited the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and the H.I.D.E 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chances upon. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the doors of H.I.D.E 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage that H.I.D.E has suffered, Luke has paired herself up with her.
うわ、ますますおっかないよ。一体どこの誰なんだろう。
Those people are taking harder and harder. What the heck are they?
来るかい。またどこかで恨みでも買ったの？
Look, guy, did you antagonize somebody again?
ポートの問題で 集落でも充電できなかったし、高出力モードあと3回も使えないんじゃない？
We didn't manage to change our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more battles?
使えるよ。
Of course.
え？本当に？
Huh? Seriously?
一度の戦闘を1分以内に抑えれば。ね。
As long as you keep each battle under a minute?
それもうバッテリーが枯渇してるじゃん。
What? Then we are totally short on power. Luca connects to the regional comms channel.
次の作戦は計画してるの？
Have you come up with the next step of the battle plan?
相手の敵意は明白よ。今も近くでこちらを捜索してるでしょうね。
The enemy has made their intentions pretty clear. They have got to be searching for us in the area.
もし囲まれでもしたら。
If we get surrounded.
考え中だ。
Shut up, I'm trying to think.
うわ、このおじさんすごい。こっちはヘトヘトなのに、まだ怒る体力があるなんて。もうどっちが人形かわからないよ。
Wow, this guy is so impressive. Here I am, that tired, and there he is, still perky enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously? Which of us is actually a doll?
あんたが救いようのないポンコツなだけよ。
Sounds like you. Problem?
ミシティ、あんたはここで警戒してなさい。あいつの様子を見てくるわ。
H.I.D.E, stay here and keep a lookout. I will go and see what's keeping him dawdling. Luga heads over to the building in which Dmitry is taking cover and finds him checking and red-checking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against a map.
何してるの？
What are you doing?
あんたね。
What?
静かにしてろ。総長は手がかりを見つけてる最中だ。
Please keep quiet while the first sergeant reviews the situation and look for more clues.
いつからああなの？
How long has it been at it?
この集落の看板を見つけてからずっとさ。
Since the moment we found the signboard bearing the names of this settlement.
ここじゃない。ここも違う。
Not here. Not this either. Dmitry seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own grudged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance.
これが平面ベクトルなら、原点がわからないと始まらないわよ。
If you are running some kind of vector equation, you will not be able to determine the specific locations without knowing the original location.
うるせえ、んなことは分かってる。
Shut your trap!
あんたが次の命令を出してれば、声をかけずに済んだわ。
If you issue follow-up orders in a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you.
物資にも限りがある。こんな風に当てもなく逃げてたら、いずれ敵に追いつかれて全滅する。
But our supplies are limited, and judging from the current situation, if we keep running along aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pack us off sooner or later.
少しは頭が回るじゃねえか。
At least you're not entirely dumb. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door.
総長、総員配置につきました。ご指示を。
Sir, we are all in position and awaiting further directions.
待機だ。
Stand by.
防備を配置したの？
You have already set up all defenses?
当たり前だ。数字ゲームにほうけてるとでも思ったが。
Duh. You think I was just playing Sudoku while being a sitting duck?
ぼさっとしてねえで。 お前らも協力しろ。指示が欲しかったんだろう。これを見ろ。
Make sure the four of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. Dmitry beckons at Klukai and gestures her to take a close look at the map.
南東にある高台が見えるか。機械兵器の7割をあそこに配置した。
You see that hill in the southeast? More than 70% of all mechanical units are up there right now.
同時に兵も5人向かわせている。陽動を仕掛けるぞ。
I have also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint.
陽動
A feint?
そうだ。敵は鋭い。3時間もすればここは見つかっちまう。
That's right. Our enemies are hot on our heels. They will probably come looking for us here in 3 hours.
一番近い集落まで6時間はかかる。隠れて行動できる距離じゃない。
I just checked on the map, and the closest settlement from our current location is at least 6 hours away, and it will be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way here.
一気に距離を離せないんなら、追っ手の大半を叩くしかない。でなけりゃ、次の集落にたどり着く前に全員おだぶつだ。
We cannot get a bigger head start or take out most of the pursuers in one go. They will catch up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies. It will be over for us then.
ここで追っ手を弱らせるつもりね。
You're planning to whittle down their firepowers here?
そうだ。奴らからしたら、俺たちは無勢な上に装備も貧弱だ。反撃するとしても、待ち伏せやゲリラ戦を仕掛けてくると考えてるはずだ。それを利用する。
Exactly. To them, we're just a small and poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla tactics. We can take advantage of that assumption.
次の集落に向かうのに、この道は避けて通れない。しかも、片側は高台に隣接してる。ここが絶好の待ち伏せポイントだってのは、猿でもわかる。
This area is smack among the way to that settlement. With hills on one side, anyone with half a brain can tell that this is the perfect spot to an ambush, including our pursuers.
俺たちが次の集落へ移動したと知れば、敵はまず、あの高台に目をつけるだろ
う。Once they confirm that we are on the way to the nearest settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have ported our guards to protect the traveling convoy, which will clearly be on this hill.
そんなところに人を配置したら敵の思うツボじゃない。
But then, aren't you playing right into their hands?
まだわからねえか、このガラクタが。
You still don't get it, Tin Can?
こっちの機械兵器は大半が中破してる。正面からじゃ勝ち目はねえ。今や無駄に資源を消耗するだけのお荷物だ。だったらここで価値を発揮させた方が賢明だろうが。
Most of our mechanical units are already damaged and don't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation. If we keep them around while we march, not only will they eat up our resources, they may also expose our movement. They can be put to much better use.
この作戦の要はお前ら404だ。敵が高台からの銃撃に気を取られてる隙に西側から背後を攻めれば追っ手を一気に壊滅できる。
As for H.I.D.E 404, you will be the key to upcoming fight. As long as you can see the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west while they are drawn to their heels and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just possible for us to wipe them out.
言っておくけど、そのルートからだと高台にいる味方に配慮はできないわよ。
I must remind you that if we move according to your plan, you cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldiers on the hill.
あの5人は俺が最も信頼する戦友だ。お前なんかよりよっぽど使える。
The 5 men up there are led by my most trusted comrade. He's much smarter than you. Oh, please be safe.
お前らの行動開始とともに陽動部隊が機械兵器の自動迎撃モードを起動する。その後高台の裏から降りて本隊と合流する寸法だ。
Once the 4 of you are on the move, they will activate their droid's auto-attack mode. Then circle around to the other side of the hill and regroup with the main force.
理想ではね。成功率は4割もないわ。本体と合流する前に包囲される可能性の方が高い。
That's just the best case scenario. With a success rate of less than 40%, it is highly likely that they will be eliminated before regrouping with the main force.
それに、敵兵力の概算は前回の戦いに基づいたものよ。もし前回の 130% 以上、つまり敵の数が20人と25機多かった場合、本作戦の成功率は 25% を下回る。
Moreover, we are basing our estimations of the enemy force entirely on our observation in our previous encounter. If the enemy force exceeds 130% of our estimations, that is, if there are 20 or more soldiers and 25 or more automatas that we did not amount for, the success rate of this operation will drop below 25%.
軍人を何だと思ってやがる。成功が保証できなきゃ動けない腰抜けか。
What do you take us soldiers for? Think we only fight when there's 100% chance of success? What do you think of? The soldiers are more gamble addicts as us gacha gamers.
あらゆるチャンスを掴んで勝利を現実のものにする。それだけだ。
At least those ones. Our job is to seize the opportunity and turn victory into reality.
こんな状況で勝算があるだけマシなんだよ。わかったか？
Under those circumstances, you would be likely to stand even half a chance.
覚悟ができてるなら、それでいいわ。
Just making sure you're managing your expectations.
本体はどうするの？
What about the main force?
軽装備だけ持って脱出だ。戦力を保全する。
They will be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve their strength.
目的地は？
And where are they headed?
候補は2つ。1つは最寄りの集落だが、住民がいるか物資を補給できるかはわからない。
There are 2 destinations. The first is the closest settlement, though we cannot ascertain whether it's still occupied or if there are enough supplies to keep us going.
もう1つは同じ方向にある基地局だ。見つけ出して直せれば通信が回復して援軍との連絡が取れる。
The other is the base station in the same general direction. If we can find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements.
基地局までの距離は？
How far away is the base station?
集落と同じだな。徒歩で6時間だ。
About the same distance as the settlement. Roughly 6 hours on foot.
徒歩？軍用車はどうしたの？
On foot? We have a jeep.
軍用車だと？こっから先は徒歩のみだ。
Jeep? From now on, you don't.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
お前らの車両を除けば、調査隊に残されたのは、大型が1台と小型の軍用トラックだけだ。
Not counting your small jeep, the survey car currently still has 1 jeep and 1 small military truck.
この作戦を成功させるには、1体を敵が現れる可能性が最も高い北東において、注意を引きつける必要がある。その周りに、騒がしい小型偵察機を数台配置しておく。
To pull off this plan, we must set up a vehicle in the northeast, where the enemy is most likely to be attacked from, to draw their attention. At the same time, I will have several of those scout drones passing around in the other directions.
大した戦闘力はねえが、 音だけはでかいからな。敵を引きつけるにも味方に注意を促すにももってこいだ。
You have seen those things before. Pretty much useless in a fight, but noisy as hell and perfect for both attracting enemy attentions and tipping us off.
ま、そうなると車と偵察機の回収は無理だろうがな。
Only thing is, there is no hopes of recovering the vehicle or the drones.
もう一台はどうするの？
What about the other vehicles?
陽動部隊の脱出用だ。あれで本体に追いつかせる。
That will be given to the men up on the hill as they get away to catch up with the main force.
賢明な判断だとは思えないわね。本体と合流するのが困難なことはあんたも承知のはずよ。なぜ資源を無駄にするの？
I don't think that's very sensible. You just admitted that their chances of successfully regrouping with the main force are pretty slim. Why waste limited resources knowing that? Ugh, that hits the spot.
ガラクタに何がわかる？
What does a tin can like you know?
困難と知りながら前へ進むのが英雄だ。英雄の退路を断とうとする奴は人間のクズだ。
Forging ahead despite difficulties makes my comrades heroes, but cutting off their only chance of escaping because of the difficulties would make me a bastard.
あいつらは陽動部隊だ。特攻部隊じゃない。わかるか？
I'm sending them to a stage feint, not to be cannon fodder.
作戦の成功が最優先よ。
I simply wish to maximize their operation chances of success. Dmitry takes a deep breath.
俺が指揮を取る。お前らは黙って指示に従え。いいな。機械ごときに世話を焼かれてたまるか。
I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your H.I.D.E 404 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Look, I decided not to argue with the stubborn Dmitry.
作戦内容は把握した。各自行動を始めるわ。それじゃ。
Now that I'm aware of the general plan, let's split up and move separately. I will be off then.
30分後、集落の南西で集合だ。
Assemble the southwest of the settlement in half an hour.
了解。
Got it. Lukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they join the survey corps in hiding with an abandoned building in the southwest part of the settlement.
この時間、普段ならもう寝てるはずなのに。
Look at the time. I would normally be in bed by now.
ディミトリーが言うように、うまくいくのかな？
Will those people actually take the bait like Dmitry say?
どうだろう。敵戦力が変わらないことが前提になってるけど、そうじゃなかったら大変かもね。
Hard to say. The working assumption is that we will be fighting the enemy forces of the same size as what we have encountered before. If they are aimed up their fine powers, we are finished.
ああ、なるほど。お姉ちゃん、あいつら大丈夫かな？
Ah, that's true. Exis Klukai, can the guys actually be trusted?
人間たちに期待するより、私たちで何ができるかを考えた方が賢明よ。
I would not hedge all our bets on them. We should focus on figuring out our own contingency.
それに、ここで敵との距離を引き離すことは大事よ。
Still, it is certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers.
わかった。美容家頑張る。
Alright, I will do my best.
アンドリス、作戦中は車から離れないで。 物資の安全が最優先よ。撤退が早まったら連絡するから。
And Doris, when the operations is underway, don't stray too far from the vehicle. You must keep all supplies secure. If we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I will also call you to pick us up.
はい、来るかい隊長。
No problem, Leader Klukai. The four doors lapse into silence as they remain at their station. Soon after that, an ear-piercing alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by the vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dmitry's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel.
外に注意。敵が接近してきてる。身を隠せ。
Attention, all units. The enemy force is approaching. Stay low.
敵が射程内に入り次第、高台の陽動部隊が攻撃を仕掛ける。タイミングを見計らって設置した爆薬を起爆しろ。404は敵の背後に回り込め。本隊は俺の指示で動け。
When they enter within attack range, our men on the hill will launch an ambush and trigger an explosives we have rigged to weaken their firepowers. H.I.D.E will catch them in a hints move from behind. The rest of you follow my command. Copy that, sir.
了解。
Understood. With the first gunshots fired from up the hill, the battle has officially begun.
隊長、敵がちゃんと陽動に引っかかったよ。
Leader Klukai, the enemy is indeed lured by our men on the hill.
兵士はおよそ15名。機械兵器は重装ユニット2機に空気ユニットが5機。地上ユニットの数はわからないけど、10機はあると思う。
According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy force comprised about 50 men, 2 heavy automatas, and 5 anti-air automatons. The exact quantity of land automatas is unknown, but my preliminary estimation is about 10.
ビオカ、ミシティ。敵が南東に50メートル前進したら仕掛けるわよ。
Belka, Meshti. We start moving once, they move further southeast by another 50 meters.
敵を後ろから包囲したら、ビオカは空中ユニットを優先的に処理。相手の偵察範囲を縮めて。
When attacking them from behind, Belka will reduce on taking out their anti-air automatas to reduce their field of view.
ミシティは私と重装および地上ユニットを。
Meshti and I will take care of the heavy and land automatas.
南西にいる本体に気づかれないよう注意しなさい。
Make sure to keep the enemy force from spotting our main force in the southwest. Understood. Alright.
アンドリスはここで待機。もし敵が来たら、付近に設置した爆薬とスモークを起爆して、本体の場所がバレないよう引きつけるのよ。
Andorra stand by this area. If enemy unit comes this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force hidden.
了解。来るかい隊長。
Understood, Leader Klukai. Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover in their anti-air units. Lukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order.
読まるよ。行動開始。
H.I.D.E we are up. As the doll enters the fray, the enemy tank becomes noticeably hamstruck. Meanwhile, Dmitry starts directing the main force in retraining towards the target settlement.
お姉ちゃん、空中ユニットは全部撃破したよ。
This is Klukai. All enemy anti-air units have been eliminated.
上出来ね。
Very good.
ビオか、だったらこっちだってよ。このデカブツ、めちゃくちゃいっぱいなんだけど。
Oh boy. If you are done shooting down the little birds, get over here and give me a hand. This big guy is really bad news.
ビオカ、ミシティのサポート。重装ユニットを近づけさせないで。他は私がやるわ。
Bielka, back up Mishti immediately and stop the heavy automatas from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me.
わかった。お姉ちゃんも気をつけてね。
Alrighty, Pixies, watch yourself. Timing her move carefully, Luca detonates another set of explosive, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup.
本隊、こちらハイド404。追撃部隊の制圧態勢に入ったわ。
H.I.D.E 404 to the main force. We have successfully suppressed the pursued armed forces.
よし、わかった。
Received.
イヴァン、そっちはあと何人残ってる？
Ivan, how many men have you got left?
残り3人だ。だが1人は重傷で動けん。
3, but one is badly injured and immobile.
敵がこっちに気づいた様子は？
Have the bastards noticed of anything?
まだだ。今はこっちを集中的に狙ってるが、404のおかげでなんとか持ちこたえてる。それどころか奴ら10分前に404の方へ兵を割いてる。
Doesn't look like it. Their firepower is still focused on the side of the hill, but thanks to their 404 interference, they have not been able to make much headway. In fact, they had sent a group to go after 404 just 10 minutes ago.
ドローンを優先的に撃墜した。地形に正面、砂塵の影響で奴らの視界は最悪のはずだ。本体の存在には気づいてないだろう。
We prioritize taking out their drones. Because of the terrain and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They should have not noticed that our main force is already gone.
さすがだな、ディミー。こんな作戦を思いつくとは。
Seriously? Hats off to you, Dima. With your crazy trick.
おめ言葉は後でじっくり聞くさ。
Save the ass kissing for later.
任務終了だ。高台の裏を回って、そこから撤退しろ。
You have accomplished your objective. Now get out of there. Go around the hill. Oh, please. Please. They will go safely back from the hill, okay?
了解。
Copy that. Please, Ivan.
404はあと15分持ちこたえろ。イヴァンたちが撤退した後、全機械兵器を爆破して敵の追撃ルートを塞げ。その後はできるだけ敵を撃破しながら撤退しろ。
404. Keep the enemy busy for 50 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonates all the mechanical units and remaining explosive to draw the enemy's attentions and seal off their road of pursuit. Take out as many of them effective units as you can while you withdraw.
本体と合流できるよう急げ。通信を怠るな。
Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up with the main force. Keep the regional comms clear.
了解。
Understood. Oh, please, don't make it too close, okay?
やっと終わる。
Are we finally done? Don't say a word, Meshti. Don't say a word.
すごい。こんなにうまくいくなんて。
That was amazing. The plan worked unexpectedly well. Don't say it. Stop. Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and start to relax a little. We don't relax. Don't do it. We don't relax. Oh my god. Still staying close to the jeep, Andori suddenly looks at the side in alarm.
みんな、西から熱源反応。敵の増援かもしれない。
Attention! Heat signatures detected at the west. Possibly enemy reinforcements.
敵が救援信号を受け取ったんだ。こちらへと高速接近中。本体と接触する可能性大。
They may have received the enemy force distress signal and are moving ahead at full speed. There are high chances that we'll encounter our main force. See? See, this is what you get from relaxing a bit.
なんだ
I
と
was prepared. They didn't fool me. What?
近くに遮蔽物はない。その場で隠れて。
Take whatever cover you can find right now.
間に合われ
It's too late. Oh my god, the wave of dust kicked up by the enemy reinforcements march is already within Dmitry's view.
熱源反応から空中ユニット10機、重装ユニット5機と推測。兵士の数は不明。
Judging from their heat signatures, there are approximately 10 anti-air automatas and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate on the quantity of armed personnel. Even though everyone has prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable through the comms channel.
総員全ての照明装備を落としその場に伏せろ
Attention, all units. Cut off all your lights and get down to the ground.
指示するまでは絶対に動くな音も立てるな
Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, and make any sound.
来たぞ敵は目視距離まで接近規模は404が予想した倍以上だ
Also, their new enemy force has entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by 404. The comms channel lapses into silence. As the second ticks by, the enemy anti-air units are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot their badly hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's superior firepower. Other soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can do to reduce their biosize.
そのルートだとディミーのいる本体と接触するんだなどうにかして引き離すしかないな
If they continue their current route, they will come face to face with you, yeah? In that case, you have got them to change course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dmitry is compelled to respond even though he's just given order to forbid anyone from making any sound.
勝手に動くな何するつもりだ
Do not act without permission. What do you think?
助けを呼ぶ
Rescue.
俺たちの任務はまだ終わりじゃなかったようだ
Looks like our mission isn't over yet. No! No! No!
何をふざけてやがる援軍なんざどこでもたついてるかもしれない
Are you kidding me? Our rescue is still chilling good knows where. What? Dmitry stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at.
敵がなぜ我々に固執するかは分からんが俺たちが援軍を呼ぼうとすれば何が何でも阻止しに来るだろう
We don't know why the enemies is so hell-bent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous with the reinforcements. If we show any signs of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might.
余計なことは考えるなお前たちの任務は本体と合流することだ
With your yammering, your mission right now is to regroup with the main force.
ディミ落ち着いて聞くんだ
Dima, let me finish.
俺たちは援軍との連絡に成功し合流するよう見せかけるディミお前はその隙にみんなを連れて逃げろ
In just a while, I will create the illusion that we have established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and the other must have seized the opportunity and run for it.
だがなくは持たない奴らがフェイクに気づけばすぐに折り返すだろう
I won't be able to distract them too long. Once they clue into the trick, they will double back and hunt you down.
俺の命令が聞けねえってのか
Are you disobeying a direct fucking order from me?
俺たちの任務は陽動を仕掛け本体の撤退を援護することだ
Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safely.
言葉遊びはいい今すぐ撤退してろ 聞こえたか？
This isn't the time to be a smart ass. Retreat, do you hear me? Ivan says nothing in response to Dmitry's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel.
リン、ことが済んだら俺たちをモスクワに連れ戻してくれ。
Dima, don't forget to find us afterwards and bring us back to Moscow.
すべての夢が始まった場所だ。俺は死んでもそこに帰る。
That is where all our dreams began, and that is where we must return, even in death. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal.
今やめろ！やめるんだ！
Ivan, you stand down right now! Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hill to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following the jeep that is speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare with a bright trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy forces fighting with the settlement and their reinforcements currently en route to the settlement. The Survey Corps, exposing their own route, is making them doubt the activity of their intelligence.
隊長、この信号は援軍と合流する気か。しかし情報では援軍の到着までまだ時間があったはず。
Mang security member. Leader, does this signal mean they're linking up with their reinforcements? But according to intel, the Survey Corps reinforcements would have not been arriving so soon.
上からの情報はいつもこうだ。
It would appear that the intel we have previously received was not entirely accurate.
派手に動いたからな。ローレンが気づいて援軍を複数派遣した可能性もある。
With the stir we have been causing, the folks from their purification project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements.
ではどうすれば？撤退しますか？上には気づかれるなと言われてますし。
What do we do? Should we withdraw? The High House told us not to expose ourselves.
バカが。増援が来た時点でこっちの存在はバレてる。目標も回収できていない。撤退して増援の到着を待つつもりか？え？
You idiot. The fact that the reinforcements are showing up means that we have already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission object. So why would we withdraw now? Oh no. To give the reinforcements enough time to get into position? Oh man!
集落で待機しているご飯を呼べ。速やかに人形どもを撃破し、援軍との合流を阻止しろ。
Protect Team 5 in the settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those stalls. Then go after the Survey Corps and intercept them.
7班を援護しろ。方向転換だ。全力で追え。
Support Team 7. Change course immediately. Chase them down. Boom! What is happening? Having received the instructions, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the groups of soldiers lying on the stormage under the cover of the night just a short distance away. They instead hit in Ivan's directions to give pursuit. No, it worked! And yeah, it worked! A familiar military song, accompanied by the sound of the artillery fire, can be heard through the Survey Corps regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. 404. Pin down the armed units within the settlement and find them as quickly as you can. Do not let them catch to Ivan. Oh no.
その後
Then Dmitry catches his fist. His voice grows hoarse and hollow.
撤退して本体に合流しろ
Then withdraw and link up with the main force.
了解。
Understood. Oh, picture. Damn, we don't look good either. Luca briefly assembled the number of remaining armed units within the settlements and their distance from the main force.
アンドリス、ミシティ、ビオカ。軽装備とアンドリスの外付け装備だけ持って撤退しなさい。
Andoris, Meshti, Belka. Take only your lightest gear along with Andoris' big gun and withdraw immediately.
いえ、まさか来るかい。あの人数と一人で戦う気なの？
Hang on. Look, Kai, are you planning to fight them all by yourself?
無茶だよ。重装ユニットも一機残ってるんだよ。少なくとも二人がかりじゃないと。
No way, that's too dangerous. They still have a heavy automatus left. I will take at least 2 of us to take down.
私が残ってお姉ちゃんをサポートする。ミシティとアンドリスは先に行って。
Why don't I stay and give you a hand, Pixies? Meshti can help Andoris.
命令を聞きなさい。同じことを何度も言わせないで。
Obey my orders. Don't make me repeat myself.
敵はすぐ近くにいる。こんな時に車で動けば確実に見つかるし、本体の居場所までバレてしまう。徒歩で撤退するしかない。
The enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, they will definitely be alert, which will reveal the general direction of our main forces, so we can only withdraw on foot.
アンドリスの外付け装備は重いから2人で運んで1人が護衛するの。そのせいで移動速度は落ちる。今すぐ出発しなさい。
Andoris' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by the 2 of you, while one more has to be the escort and guard. There's no getting around it. Not to mention, all that weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you have got to set off right now.
外付け装備を置いていったら、そうすれば一緒に逃げられる。
What if we leave the big gun? Then can we withdraw together?
任務はまだ終わってない。あんたの外付け装備は必須よ。
The battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us.
出発しなさい。今すぐ。
Now go! Seeing that Kluge has already made up her mind, the other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begins their withdrawal.
エリート人形の実力をとくと見せてあげるわ。
Look how badass she looks! Now I will show you the might of an H.I.D.E doll. Oh please! If we get a cinematic, it would be so good. Having detected H.I.D.E 404 hideouts, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that their 3 teammates have successfully departed, Klukai double-checks her physical conditions and gear, then calmly steps into the night filled with smoke and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. She's so badass looking right now. Luca pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neural cloud for now and pulls her trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. Oh, okay. Okay, we are back on Dmitry. I was full prepared for the battle. Okay, but let's go on to Dmitry's end. The enemy reinforcements have gone off after Ivan, and Dmitry commands the soldiers cautiously scan the surrounding area.
このエリアに敵はいませんね。
No enemy units detected in the area.
総長。
Sir,
イヴァンの方に捜索隊を送る必要は。
should we send a team over to Ivan? Dmitry knows full well that the soldiers is hinting at. He gets silent at the horizon, where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, their flying sparks devour the breath and despair in his eyes. There's no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds.
いや、
No need. Dmitry closes his eyes. His count features betray the vicissitudes of life.
もし通信が届かないだけだったら。
But what if they simply cut off the comms range?
二度も言わせるな。
Don't make me waste my breath.
ソイン、音を立てずに支度しろ。ここを出る。
All of you, continue to lie down and take stocks of your gear. Move at my command.
でも
But
命令を聞け。
obey the orders. The young soldier still wants to say something, but Varion smacks him upside the head.
総長はここにいる誰よりもイヴァンを助けたいんだ。一人だったら真っ先に飛び出してるだろうさ。
He wants to save Ivan and the others more than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now. Man, I so much wish that the commander, like we, would be arriving instead of their reinforcements at the time to save Ivan. It would be perfect scenario. Please. Don't let my hopes.
俺たちの命を預かってる以上、イヴァンたちの犠牲を無駄にするわけにはいかない。
But he's our commander. He's responsible for keeping us alive, so that their sacrifice would not be in vain.
すいません伍長。俺何も知らないで。
I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dmitry waves it off. Then, he opens up the map and checks in again the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face.
そうか。そういうことか。ちくしょう。なぜもっと早く気づかない。
Damn! I get it now! I should have figured this sooner. Why do we suddenly have a Russian words here? It was not in the Chinese localization, so I'm asking myself, is there even different text for Chinese and Japanese one? He picks up his communicator and turns into the original comms channel.
ソイン、目的地を北西 1.5 キロのヤホドナ山に変更。直ちに出発するぞ。
Attention, all units. Change of target destination. Our new target destination is the mountain near Johodna. I guess, I hope it's how you pronounce. About 1.5 kilometers on the northwest. We set off this instant.
404、状況報告しろ。
404, see trap. 404 is right now busy with murdering things.
こちら3名の素体損傷率は約 25%。現在装備を携行しながら本体方面へ移動中。ご了承で、あと20分くらい。
All three of us have suffered about 25 damage of our frames. We are currently heading towards the main force with our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let me see, 20 minutes?
ただ、クルカイお姉ちゃんがたった一人で集落の敵の足止めを。
But Pixie's Klukai stayed behind at the settlement to clean up the remaining armed units on her own.
どいつもこいつも英雄気取りか。クソが。
God damn, all this stupid heroics. Dmitry understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still cannot help but let out a curse.
あんたね
You! Just as Belk is about to talk back, Lukai in passive voice speaks through the comms channel.
勝手に殺さないでくれる
Whether one's heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. Big Six Lukai!
集落内に残存した敵は全て撃破したわ
Damn, she's on the rampage. This is Lukai of 404. All remaining armed units within the settlement have been eliminated.
弾薬の消耗率は予想以上素体の一部が消耗更新速度は 78% まで低下
I have burned through more armor than expected and taken some damage on my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%.
隊長よかった
Leader, I'm glad you're okay.
ディミトリーのおじさんがおっかないのは知ってたけどこんな作戦はもうゴリゴリだよ
Mr. Dmitry may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts.
運が良かったな。お前の損耗なんぞ知ったこっちゃねえ。さっさとついてこい。目的地はヤホドラ山だ。
Count yourself lucky. I don't give two shit about your reduced travel speed. Catch up with the main force. They are heading for the mountain in Yahodna, I guess. At long last, under Dmitry's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the dolls of H.I.D.E 404 fell into a cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from the commander, the soldiers, who just close brush with death, all slumps to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their mind. Nobody turns on a light source and nobody says a word. The dolls of H.I.D.E 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave, keeping some distance from the Survey Corps. They each inspect their own physical condition.
隊長、私たちの平均素体損傷率 35% になってる。
Leader Lukai, the average damage rate among the four of us is around 35%.
さっきの戦いで車両と中の修理用部品は全て紛失。
We lost our vehicles in the previous battles. All our temporary repairs were on board. Oh, it is still happening. Is it like, I don't know how many times in the story we already have this scenario that we are in a really bad spot and it only gets worse and worse. And all of a sudden, someone will save the day. I guess the commander. Hopefully, who knows? I don't know. This is very long chapter, like part.
たかが 35% でしょ。大したことないわ。
It's only 35%, no big deal. Yeah, 35.
アンドリスが言ったのは平均値。お姉ちゃんの損傷率が一番高いんだよ。
But that's just the average. After the four of us, you have taken the most damage now.
私は平気よ。
I'm okay.
本当に左目とか結構ヤバそうだけど。
Really? Your left eye looks horrific. I'm pretty sure this is the normal.
銃弾がかすっただけ。見た目ほど影響はないわ。
Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is.
でも
But Luca shakes her head softly at Andoris, telling her to drop the subject. But she received no visual feedback of Andoris' concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined.
アンドリス、現在地の詳しい情報はつかめる？
Andoris, any more information about our current location?
なんとか静的マップとさっきの集落の位置情報を照らし合わせた結果だけど、今ヤホドナ山の岩塩港にいるみたいね。
Just a little. Based on the map and the rough locations of the previous settlement, we're probably inside a salt mine in Yahodna.
この岩塩港放棄されて結構経つよ。中は無人になってる。
But this mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant.
なるほど。
Understood.
ビオカ、ミシティ、あんたたちは体力の温存を優先。低電力モードで待機。
Velka, Meshti, you two switches to low power mode and stand by. Conserve as much energy as you can.
アンドリスは暗視機能で周囲を警戒。レーダーもドローンも使えない。今はあんたが私たちの目になるの。
Andoris, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the exterior of the cave. Our radars are not working and we have lost all our drones, so we can only rely on your eyes.
任せて、クルカイ隊長。
No problem, Leader Klukai.
了解、お姉ちゃん。
Alright, Big Sis.
うん。
Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Meshi does not zone out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasy at the pitch dark sky outside the cave. After giving their 404 members their order, Klukai stands up and walks over to Dmitry quietly. He's sitting in the corner deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larion.
デミ、ざっくりだけど点検し終えた。物資は残り 20%、 仲間も半分以下まで減ってる。イヴァンとレブはも
う。Dima, I just did some counting. All supplies are down to 20%. Less than half of us are left. Both Ivan and Lev are.
俺のせいだ。
I let them down.
いや、あんな状況から生き延びたんだ。大したもんだよ。
Not at all. You defeat all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances.
それはそうとディミ、あのメモの解読はできたのか？いきなりこんなところに連れてきてどういうつもりだ？
That aside, Dima, have you figured out on the message on the knot? You changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dmitry leans back tightly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tight in his hand.
ニコライを覚えてるか？
You still remember Nikolai? Larios racked his brain for a moment.
ニコライってあの軍人家庭出身のボンボンか？
Nikolai? You mean the son of that local military officer?
よくは知らないな。タイも違うし。お前と仲が良かったのは覚えてるよ。
I had not much delights with him. We were not in the same platoon, after all. But you're friends, right?
まあな。
Kind of.
上が公表した MIA リストにあいつの名前があった。奴はあの部隊を指揮してた。
He was on the list of missing agent soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team.
拾ったドッグタグはあいつのもんだ。
The dog tag we found was his.
結局はローレンの犬か。
So he's one of them dogs that licks the UNCS, huh?
見ろ、何の意味もないだろ。どうせ長生きしない。ろくな死に方すらできない。
See? What good did that do? Didn't keep him alive, did it? Larion muttered some expletives through gritted teeth, whether out of the contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent. Dmitry cannot tell.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
Well, that's not the point.
重要なのは、あいつとイヴァンのおかげでメモの謎が解けたってことだ。
The point is, I managed to figure out all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dmitry pulls the piece of papers that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smoothes out their traces, then turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance, blocking the light with his own body.
こいつは実際の地図データを元に変換された座標系だ。
This is a simple coordinate diagram made based on an actual map.
ここ、ここ、それとここ。この数字は全部実際の座標を示してる。
Here, here, and here. Those numbers on the drawing are the coordinates of the actual locations.
それにしちゃ変だ。数字がでかすぎる。このエリアの場所とは思えない。
But that's not right. The numbers are too big to be in this area.
ああ。二次変換してるからな。
Yep. Because it's double encryption.
その二次変換の方法がどうしてもわからなかった。
I just could not find out that cipher key.
ここを見てみろ。オリジン。はじめは原点を探せという意味だと思ってた。だが違った。
Look at this. Origin. I initially thought it was a hint to find the point of origin to convert the coordinates. But that's not it. Dmitry pulls up the map on his communicator.
新ソ連の国土面積とモスクワの座標を覚えてるか？
Do you remember the Neo-Soviet Union land area and the coordinates of Moscow?
メモの数字からその2つの値を引いてみろ。
Try subtracting them from those numbers on the drawing. Varian does some mental calculations and refers the longitude and latitude on the map.
合ってる。やるな、ディビー。頭の悪いやつだ。
It's a match! Dang! Dima! You have got brains!
昔ニコライと戦場で似たようなのを見てるからな。
Nah, I just got some experience with this kind of things when serving with Nikolai in the past.
あいつは軍の暗号が気に入らないのか、毎回自分で作りたがるんだ。例えば、いや、誰も使いやしねえ。どうだっていいことだ。
That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted of something fancier. We have even used... Never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again, so let's just leave it at that. Dmitry looks a little forlorn.
しかし、どうやってこれに気づいたんだ？
But how did you realize the two numbers are that cipher?
オリジンは原点じゃねえ。新ソ連、つまり俺たちの原点、モスクワのことだ。イヴァンのおかげで思い出した。
Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams.
新ソ連の大地がある限り、僕は引き下がらない。ニコライの言葉だ。
Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not heal.
それでこの2つの値が二次変換の鍵になったわけだ。他の人間には確かに意味不明だろう。
So those two numbers became the cipher of his double encrypted method, and no one else would ever guess their significance.
未だにこの数字を使ってたとはな。ニコライは新ソ連を忘れも裏切りもしてなかった。
Nikolai, who has always considered those two numbers constant, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union.
そういう意味で言ったんじゃ。
I didn't mean to. Sparing his old comrades any further awkwardness, Dmitry swipes across the map and points to a location.
前回の作戦の位置と照らし合わせてマークした場所の一つがこの辺だと分かった。
When I learned about the location of our previous operations, I noticed that one of the market points was around here.
場所をマークした理由は分からねえ。だがあいつの部下は死ぬまで手放さなかった。無意味なはずがない。
We don't know why he marked out those places, but each of his subordinates keep a copy of this information in their personal even in death, so it has to be meaning something.
あいつが伝えたかったことを俺たちの目で確かめて世界に広めてやるんだ。
We must come and take a look. And if we find anything, we have got to get a word out about what they were trying to tell us. There's a big Paradeus organization here going on.
さっき周囲を見てみたけど、特に変わった点はなかったぞ。
I just walked around for a bit. I didn't see anything special.
この洞窟は広い。何かあるとしたら奥だろう。
The cave seems pretty big. It's probably deeper than we think.
お前は兵たちと入り口に残って身を隠しつつ外を警戒しろ。
Take a few of others and keep a lookout at the cave entrance. Make sure stay well hidden.
俺は護衛2人と404を連れて奥を見てくる。
I will take 2 men and 404 to explore deeper.
了解。
Alright. After hesitating for a moment, Larians opened his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitry.
気をつけろよ、ディミ。一緒に来た仲間はもう残り少ない。
Be careful, Dima. There are not many of us left. Dmitry do not accept the ammunition. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon.
心配すんな。俺がそう簡単にくたばる玉かよ。
Don't you worry about me. You know what I'm made of.
それと総長だ。何度も言わせるな。新兵どもに悪影響を与えたらどうする？
Also, I will remind you one last time. And I hope not you mean not like last time, like the complete last time, okay? You will remind him later on too. It's not like the last time, right? Call me sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn to show their respect. Larian chuckles.
は、総長。
Yes, sir.
そうだ。お前に任務をやろう。さっき若いのが2人泣いてるのを見た。俺の代わりに慰めてこい。
Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. I just saw 2 kids weeping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinates away, Dmitry drops all pretense of bitterness and turns silently towards Klokai, who was being standing not far away.
ガラクタ人形ってのは盗み聞きが趣味なのか？
Had enough? Is eavesdropping a popular part-time for you tin cans?
話が終わるのを待ってただけよ。
I was just waiting for you to finish your conversation.
たとえ機密情報だったとしても、場所を選ばないあんたが悪い。
If I overheard anything confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment.
もういい。さっきの貢献に免じて不問にしてやる。
Whatever. Considering you did alright in the previous operation, I won't argue with you.
お前ら、暗視機能は生きてるか？
Do all 4 of you still have functional night visions?
軽い損傷はあるけど、まだなんとか。
Mine is slightly compromised, but it still works. Just about.
なら用意しとけ。
Then make some preparations.
5分後に出発する。この奥に隠された秘密が何なのか確かめに行くぞ。
We are setting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden in this blessed place.
了解。
Got it. Oh my god, it is ending. It is the end. It's actually would be a perfect end for an episode here, to be honest, if I split it into twos. Oh god, it's so big. It's so damn big. Annual eclipse. The halo that is not completely obscured allows everything to be observed. The Elmo rises along in the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibration we are experiencing at the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. And we are back to Elmo, which also probably very likely one of the reinforcements that was promised to Cloakai. While we are on the road to offer H.I.D.E 404 reinforcements, Leva gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact with Cloakai and the others. Losing contact in the contamination zones is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, convoy of underground brokers, with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But I never thought that the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Dia and I managed to make contact and we agreed on meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instincts tells me that this isn't a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having H.I.D.E 404 join my ranks has been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zones. If I had contacted them sooner, we would not be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise does not put them in terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in them and here, H.I.D.E 404. This time, I will be the one who comes to you, Cloakai. Andoris and Cloakai are exploring the same mine cave with survey car, while H.I.D.E and Belka are investigating another tunnel.
隊長、ミシティと美容家を別の行動に行かせてよかったの？この内部の構造図、もう古くて頼りにならないよ。
Peter Cloakai, is it really okay to send H.I.D.E and Belka down the other tunnel? Although I have installed the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete.
ここ、思った以上に広いし、地形もかなり入り組んでる。
This cave is much bigger and more structural complex that indicates in the environment intelligence that we currently possess.
普段はああでも404のメンバーには変わりないわ。
They might usually seem unreliable, but they are still members of H.I.D.E 404.
陽動作戦で敵が用心深くなってるとはいえ、ここが見つかるのは時間の問題よ。できるだけ早く済ませないと。
Even though we managed to give their enemies second thoughts about attacking us, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. We must pick up the pace.
そうだね。二人とも無事だといいな。
Alright, let's hope they will be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtfulness consideration for Cloakai's damaged left eyes, Andoris positions herself on the left side. She brushes her fingertips lightly on the small, white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall.
岩塩港なんて初めて。なんて不思議な場所。
This is the first time I have been inside a Saltmine. It feels quite miraculous.
岩壁には人工的に開削された跡があるけど、波みたいな溝や色とりどりの模様は自然によるものだね。
The walls show signs of artificial excavations, but these wall-like grooves and patterns of alternating colors and all the results of natural geological formation.
それが不思議？
Is that anything special?
私、グリーンエリアのビル群か、イエローエリアの荒野しか知らないから、人間が自然と共に発展してるのを見ると、不思議に感じるな。
Indeed. I have only seen the skyscrapers in the green zone and the uninhabited deserts in the yellow zones. But here, human developed it is entirely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating.
人間にはいつも驚かされちゃう。ここの一部を療養施設に改造しようだなんて、よく思いついたよね。
Humans can be quite astonishing at times. It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium.
大方、金儲けの手段でしょ。
It's most probably just some kind of gimmick for making money. Dmitry hums at Kluka's remark from the forefront of the exploration group.
お前に何がわかる？
What do you know?
人間はな、任務と金しか頭にないガラクタとは違うんだよ。
Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thoughts.
それに人間のひらめきがなけりゃ、お前ら人形どもが作られることもなかった。
Also, if it were not for a sudden stroke of genius that human had, you bunch of tin cans would not even be here. Noticing Kluka's irritation, Andoris tactfully changed the subject.
私、もっと早く製造されてたらな。コーラプス放射線のない世界、見てみたかった。
It's a pity that I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapse radiation.
地下200メートルでの生活なんて、息苦しいとしか思えないのに、ここではそれが特色なんだね。
Living 100 or 200 meters underground sounds terribly claustrophobic, and yet it makes this place a local attraction.
過去の調査報告によると、この療養施設が長らく観光業の主役だったんだって。洞窟内には天然ガスのパイプラインが大量に敷かれてるらしいよ。
According to an old investigation report, the sanatorium here has been a hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time. Constructors had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas.
ガスのおかげで年中暖かくて、観光客が後を絶たなかったんだとか。
Because of that, this place was warm in all seasons, which attracted a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here.
旅行客の写真には、街や畑、植物や広い道路、行き来する車も写ってた。とても人気のある観光地だったんだね。
The tourist photographs, this place was torn with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. Seems like a popular destination.
アンドリス、無駄な資料読んでないで任務に集中しなさい。
Andoris, focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information.
はーい。でも、世界にこんなに賑やかな場所があっただなんて。
Sure. Still, just cannot help but wonder at the fact that there used to be such a lively place in the world.
ディミトリーさんは新ソ連人の方でしたよね。この辺りにはお詳しいんですか？
Mr. Dmitry, you are neo-Soviet, aren't you? Do you know anything about this place?
いや、
No.
その時代に俺は生まれてねえ。学校でもそんな無意味な知識は教えなかった。
I wasn't even born back then. And schools don't teach such pointless stuff.
そうだったんですね。私は無意味だとは思いませんけれど。
Is that so? I don't think that is pointless though.
昔がどうだったかは知らねえが。
No matter what this place used to be like. Dmitry gives a thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack.
今や町も療養施設も消え失せ。残るはボロいパイプとゴミの山だけだ。
The town is gone, the sanatorium is gone. All that's left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal.
無駄話は終わりだ。始めるぞ。マークによればこの辺りのはずだ。
Right, enough with this nonsense. Get on with the search. The market coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dmitry has no desire to continue the discussion, Andoris kept quiet. The party walks deeper into their cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space.
あら？ここの放射線量。ディミトリーさん、それと部下の方々も、防護服の機密性をご確認なさった方がよろしいかと。
The radiation levels here? Dmitry, you and your subordinates has better make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed.
どうした？
What's wrong?
エリア内の放射線量が急上昇しています。
The collapse radiation detection indicates that there's a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area.
坑道内は空気が流動しないので、数値に変動があってもおかしくありませんが、さすがにこれは異常です。
The readings can fluctuate due to the lack of airflow within the cave, but the jump in the area is not normal.
何かの影響を受けてるってこと？
The chaos could be not natural?
多分。
I'm afraid so.
ディミトリー、私たちの探してるものと何か関係があるのかも。
Dmitry, this could have something to do with the market location.
ああ、原因を探るぞ。
Yeah, let's check it out.
ここは一本道だ。答えは目の前だろ。
There's only one path. Whatever it should be directly ahead.
お前たち二人はここで待機。通信範囲から出そうなら奥へ来るよう伝える。
You two stay here and stand by. If we are about to go beyond the effective comms range, I will tell you to move further in.
Ha!
Roger, sir. Dmitry glances at the number shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder.
気をつけろよ。
Watch yourself. Watch yourself too, Dmitry. And don't do stupid stuff. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes.
これはコーラプスクリスタル。
What is this? Collapse crystals? Dmitry peers at the cluster of green crystals in the corner, about a dozen meters away.
いくらレッドエリアに近いからって、なんだこのデカさは。
We are pretty close to the red zone, but the crystal cluster is still too big, no?
本当に、イエローエリアで自然発生するコーラプスクリスタルの体積は、通常7立方センチメートルを超えないはずです。
You're right. An individual collapsed crystal grows naturally in the yellowed zone is usually no larger than 7 cubic centimeters.
でもこの結晶、少なくとも倍以上はありますね。
But this crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. Andoris checks the radiation level and wind speed again.
ここにかなりの間存在していたようです。坑道内の線量異常は、これが原因でしょう。
It appears to have been here for quite a while. It was the spread of internal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiation levels within the mine.
空気の流動が少ないために、コーラプス粒子が拡散せず、異常な線量差につながったんですね。
Due to the lack of airflow in the mine, those particles have accumulated inside, resulting in the abnormal concentrations curve.
アンドリス、もう少し近づいてみましょう。
Andoris, let's take a closer look. Luka shoots a glance at Dmitry, who also wants to inspect the crystals from globes.
その古い防護服じゃ、これ以上近づかない方が身のためよ。
Your protective suit is of an old model and not completely fail-safe. You would better stay where you are if you don't want to die.
ならお前がしっかり調べとけ。
Then make sure you take a good look at it. You don't have to add this if you don't want to die. Just, look, just don't, stay safe. No reasons.
言われなくても。
Right.
ディミトリーさんも私たちのこと信頼するようになったね。
Luka and Doris walk on. Meanwhile, Andoris' voice comes through level 2 connection. Mr. Dmitry seems to trust us a little now.
他に選択肢がないからよ。
That's just because he has no other choice.
アンドリス、クリスタルをくまなく検査して。結晶光子は安定してるから、そう簡単に爆発しないと思うけど、用心するに越したことはないわ。
Andoris studied this crystal cluster carefully. Collapsed crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still best be careful.
はーい。
After handing out Andoris' task, Luka redirects her attention to the comms channel.
ミシティ、ビオカ、何か発見は？
H.I.D.E, Bielka, found anything on your end?
まだ何も。
Oh, nothing so far.
もっと奥に進んでみる。この坑道、すっごく深いね。
We will keep going. This tunnel is pretty deep.
あいた。ミスティ、ちゃんと歩いてよね。
Ouch! H.I.D.E, you dump into me?
暗視機能が不安定なんだよ。我慢して。
My vision is a bit impaired, so bear with it.
こんな広い場所でぶつかるなんて、どう考えても変でしょ？
You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious. That's no accident.
どんなに広い道でも交通事故は起こる。夜道で連続稼働してるんだもん。しょうがないじゃん。
Hey, traffic accidents happen even on the wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted.
その辺にしなさい。捜索を続けて、異常があればすぐに報告を。
Right, keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Luka had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andoris through level 2 connection instead.
アンドリス、何か分かった？
Andoris, anything?
結晶内部の放射能濃度から見て、このクリスタル、存在して半年くらいになるね。
Based on the concentration of radiation particle inside this piece of collapsed crystal, it has existed for half a year.
半年？半年でここまで大きくなるの？ありえないわ。
Half a year? You mean such a large crystal formed within the span of just half a year? That's impossible.
私もそう思って結晶の成長面を調べたんだ。
Indeed, that's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew.
隊長、これを見て。
Ida, look at this. Looking at where Andoris is pointing, Luca taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rocks in the cave.
まさか自然発生したものじゃないの？
This collapsed crystal isn't formed naturally?
うん、おそらくは。
No, I'm afraid not.
自然発生したクリスタルはもっと付着力が強いはず。特に岩に形成されたものならクリスタルの形も岩の形に影響される。
Generally speaking, naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow on rock strata. Those shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself.
でもこれは
While this cluster here,
自然発生というよりかは埋め込まれたと言った方が正しいわね。
rather than growing naturally, it's more like it was planted here.
そう。暗くて分かりづらいかな。このクリスタルの周囲、岩だけじゃなくて少量のコンクリートがついてるの。荒削りだけど補強の役割をしてる。
I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may be very easy to tell, but the rock strata isn't just rock around the crystal, there's some cement mixed in. It's a crude method, but it's more or less effective in strengthening their adhesion. Andoris frowns.
隊長、もしかしてパラデウスの
Ida, would this have something to do with Paradeus?
こんな場所でわけのわからないことをしでかすなんてパラデウスくらいのものよ。
You have done something so bizarre in this kind of place, can only be Paradeus.
集落で見つかった石と同じで何かのシンボルなのかな。
Would this also be some kind of totem, like the strange rocks we found at the settlement?
ならこうまでして隠す理由はここのスペースも儀式には向いてないわよ。
If it were a totem, it is too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to construct a ritual, isn't it?
とりあえず記録しましょう。通信が回復したらリヴァに送ってちょうだい。
In any case, lock everything for now and send it over to Leva once the comms are restored.
わかった。
Got it.
何ぼーっと突っ立ってる。あっちの人形どもと連絡するだけであとはだんまりか。ええ。
Hey, what are you two doing? Just squatting there? Other than the conversation you had with other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep.
ディミトリーさんに教えようか。
Should we inform Mr. Dmitry of the situation?
パラデウスのことは黙ってて。
Don't reveal anything about Paradeus. After severing the level 2 comms connection, Luca was several steps back to Dmitry and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at. Dmitry don't know that they can just cheat chat in level 2. Like they have telepathy, Dmitry, sorry. You don't have access to the telepathy powers.
結晶は人為的に埋め込まれたものね。
The crystals here were artificially planted.
人為的
Artificially?
ええ。失踪した体がここを示したなら、メモの他の場所にあるのもおそらくこれでしょうね。
Also, if this is what the other Survey Corps soldiers found, then I'm afraid the same goes for all the other locations marked on the drawing.
クソがこんなもん埋めやがって正気か。
God damn it. Whoever did this must be crazy.
正気かどうかはわからないけど、少なくとも異常放射線量の原因は判明したわね。
I cannot comment on the perpetrator's mental state. but at least this explains the high radiation level in the area.
エリット感染者の奇妙な症状もこれと無関係ではないはずよ。
The usual symptoms displayed by the elite patients at the settlement and within the ranks of the survey corps definitely have something to do with our crystal planter.
隊長、ディミトリーさん。クリスタルのデータと映像の記録、完了しました。
Leader, Mr. Dmitry, I have finished logging all the data and visual records on the crystals.
それと、また新しい発見が。
However, I have discovered something else.
今度は何だ？
There is more! Forgetting all about the danger of collapse radiation, the impatient Dmitry ends up striding up to the crystal. Andoris points at the rock strata that has been chipped off slightly at the base of collapsed crystal. Beneath the grey rock, one can just about make out a white metal or the shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal.
正確なサイズを測ろうと思って結晶を掘り起こしてみました。そうしたら下からとんでもないものが見つかったんです。
I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there.
何かの装置に見えるわね。クリスタルを固定するだけのものとは思えない。
It seems to be kind of soft device, but I doubt it is just for reinforcing the collapsed crystal.
これも掘り出せる？
Can you dig it out completely?
ちょっと無理かな。
Not at the moment.
この基板、かなり強固に取り付けられてる。壊さずに掘り起こすには専用の採掘ツールがないと。
Its base is very firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we will need professional excavation tools.
コーラップスクリスタル専用の容器も必要だ。このサイズを持ち歩くのは危険すぎる。
We will also need a container designed for storing collapsed crystals. It will be too dangerous to just bring it with us considering its size.
やめだ。今は映像と座標だけでいい。詳細は後から援軍と調べる。こいつはとんでもない発見だ。すぐに通信を復旧させて上に知らせねえと。
Forget it. Save all the visual records and coordinates for now. We will have to come back for it later with reinforcements. Now let's get back. This is a very important discovery. We must restore external comms as fast as possible and report our findings.
そうね。
Right.
アンドリス、ミシティと美容家に連絡を。何も見つからなければ入り口に戻れと伝えて。
Doris, contact Meshti and Belka. If they still haven't found anything, tell them to hit back. Right on cue, her communicator starts beeping. The moment the line contacts, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel.
新のくじ引き、最強って、あれ、まさかこれのこと。
Wow! Is my luck really that rotten or what?
なんであいつがここに？
Why else would I run into you guys?
何があったの？
What is happening?
やばいよ、この前のプラムが行動にいるの。
Big Six Blue Kai, bad news, bad news! The boardroom that we encountered before is hiding in this tunnel.
傷持ってるみたいだけど、そのせいで余計凶暴になってる。
I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more enraged.
なんですって？
What?
死ぬ、今度こそ死ぬ。
We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. We are seriously gonna die this time.
私が壊れても録画したアニメは消さないで。素材が治ったら見るつもりだから。
Glow Kai, if I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the anime I recorded back at the base. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame.
無駄口はいい。すぐに行くから持ちこたえて。
Cut the crap. They're coming over right now. Hang on until we get there.
簡単に言うけどさ
Easy for you to say.
怪我してるからって私ら二人じゃ無理だよ
It is a pretty bad state, but we are no match for it even if it's 2 against 1.
逃げるのは得意でしょ。
If you can beat it, run. Isn't that your forte?
とにかく私たちが着くまで戦力温存、足止めに専念するのよ。あれを入り口に近づけさせないで、戦うのはその後。
Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We will only consider a direct confrontation when all of us are there.
これは命令よ。
That is an order. Make sure you comply.
分かったお姉ちゃんが来るまで持ちこたえてみせる
Alright. I will definitely survive long enough for Pixie's Kluke to come to my rescue.
ほら見してあんたもしっかりしなさい
H.I.D.E, put yourself together now. Kluke terminates the call and looks at Dmitry.
以前のブージャムがミスティたちの方に現れたわ。
The Bodrum from before is in the tunnel that Mesh and Belka are exploring.
あの二人じゃ長くは持たない。私とアンドリスが応援に向かう。
Andres and I have to go help them out or they won't last long.
笑えるぜ。機械が一丁前に会議と来た。
That's freaking hilarious. Having a meeting together, eh? What? Dmitry bugs out a laugh and raises his communicator.
ディミトリーだ。聞こえるか
This is First Sergeant Dmitry. Do you copy?
この前のブージャムが現れた。入り口で待機してる連中に警戒させろ。
The Bodrum we encountered earlier has shown itself again. Remind the boys that the cave entrance is... Stay safe. All units prepare for battle.
俺と奥に来たやつはその場で戦闘準備。7分後に合流し、ブージャム討伐に向かうぞ。
The two of you that I ordered to stay by will return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once we regroup, we will head straight to the Bodrum locations and engage it.
あんたたちも
After giving his order, Dmitry checks how many rounds he have left in his weapon. Are you coming too?
当たり前だ。でなきゃ何か。奴に俺たちを格好撃破させて集落を襲わせようってか
Of course. Or should I wait for the Bodrum to kill the others one by one? Then leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements?
ぼさっとすんな。行くぞ。帰りに鉄くず2体を運ぶのはごめんだからな。
Don't just stand there. Get a move on. I don't want to be dragging 2 piles of scrap metals on the way back. Damn. It has character. It definitely has quite the character. Yeah, this is all boss battle, but I will skip the boss battle. We already solved this guy in the part 1. The Bodrum gushes one last time, and then gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it, then click crisply as they fill the floor. More dog tags?
隊長、あれって。
Leader Cloakai, those are? Cloakai gestures to Andoris, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dmitry walks forward and picks up each of those metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into the Bodrum's soft, exposed innards. With each sobbing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Bodrum's body, causing nauseating slime and collapsed crystals to ooze out.
怖ブージャムを解体でもするつもり
Oh, that's creepy. Is he trying to dismantle that Bodrum?
これってあれ ドラゴンを倒した後に素材を剥ぎ取る勇者的なやつ？
You know, like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their hearts or something.
うわ、ダメ、気持ち悪い。お姉ちゃん、近くにいるから何かあったら呼んで。
That's way too gross. Ixis Cloakai, I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up.
いえ、手を突っ込んでる。本当に何か剥ぎ取るつもり？
Good heavens, he's reaching in there. Is he really going to pull out its heart?
ミシティ、実況やめてよ。
Meshti, stop narrating for him.
お前ら突っ立ってないで手伝え。
God damn, stop standing around with your sticks in your hands and help me ready you two. Dmitry breaks his silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the boardroom side, and Dmitry half crawls into it. Oh my god, I also feel a little bit nauseating from this. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges, covered in filth, and savagely wipes the oils of his mask.
実家の土地区長よりひどい匂いだぜ。
Ugh, that was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the avatar back home smelled that bad.
何を探してるの？
What were you looking for? Dmitry doesn't directly answer Sklukai questions. Instead, he clears out the items he found inside the boardroom. It is a glass box. Roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragment collapsed crystals on it. A rigid clause is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams.
ロレンの軍旗に見えるな。ドッグタグとこの箱を包んでたやつか。だいぶ腐食してるが。
Looks like a ONC military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap the dog tags in the box, but it's been corroded away.
ブージャムの体液が箱の中に滲んでる。中身が無事だといいけど。
The boardroom's fluid seems to have gotten into the box too. I hope that inside is okay. Okay, that was disgusting. Dmitry opens the box and takes out a small chip and a miniature military record recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they are covered in collapsed crystal stuff. Place it no heat and winds the recorder down before pressing the play button on it.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊1364小隊総指揮官ニコライ准尉。
This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, our commander of 1364th Platoon of 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the UNHCR Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration.
上層部の命令でこのエリアの環境調査を行っている。
I receive order from above. Form an environmental survey of this region.
やっぱりか。
So it was him. The sound of the recorder is heavily garbled. A complete mix of emotion fills Dmitry's head as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording.
時間が限られ
He don't have much time.
計画的な襲撃に遭い通信設備と防護装備を破壊された。敵はマグニセキュリティという PMC とそれからネイト。
He fell victim to a planned ambush. Our comms gear and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy, AMC called Monkey Security, and Nitos.
ネイトだと？まさかパラデウスの？
Nitos? What? Nitos from Paradeus? Looks like he knows from them.
パラデウスはとっくに滅びたはずだぞ。
Wasn't Paradeus wiped out long ago?
どうやら今も存在する上に新たな協力者を得たみたいね。
Looks like they're still around. They managed to get new helpers too.
この前の医療物資の護送はマグニセキュリティが武器を補充するためのカモフラージュだったってわけ。
Looks like that job Monkey Security has escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition.
あの時すでにこちらを襲撃するつもりだったんだわ。
Seems they were already planning to attack us since then.
やろう。初めから狙ってやがったのか。
No way. So those bastards were lying in Vale all this time. The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps.
マグニセキュリティの実態は見た目以上に複雑だ。パラデウスに協力してコーラップスクリスタルを各地に埋め込み実験を繰り返している。
Monkey Security. Far more complex than they appear on the surface. They're helping Paradios, planting collapsed crystals, and carrying out experiments.
我々は死に物狂いで奴らのデータを奪いチップに保存し
We did everything we could to obtain the informations. Start on that chip.
クリスタルの位置とマグニセキュリティの布陣を簡単に書き記しまだ動ける兵士に託した。
We made a simple list. The crystal positions and Monkey Security defensive layouts. And tried to get our troops who could still fight to take it out.
部隊の大半はエリットに感染。みんな苦しんでいる。
Most of us are infected by elites. Our guys are suffering from sickness.
弾薬もほとんど残ってない。
You're also almost out of armor.
おそらく生還は絶望的だろう。
We probably won't make it out of here. Dmitry's body tenses up from anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding.
隊長、ディミトリーさんの様子が。
Rita, Mr. Dmitry doesn't seem well.
静かに黙って聞いて。
Be quiet. Keep listening. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quietly keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limits too, because he is coughing non-stop.
浄化事業が危ない。これは警告だ。
This is a warning. The purification work is under threat.
マグニセキュリティとネイトたちの最終的な目的は不明だが このチップだけは何としてでも。
The final aim of Monkey security and the Nitos unclear. So we need to preserve this chip.
そのためならたとえ丸腰になっても最後まで戦い続けてやる。
For that reason, we'll fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands.
この世界に抗って抗い続けることでしか我々の奪われたものを取り戻す術はない。
Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we take back everything we have lost.
前にコーラプスエピフィラムが咲いた時、その周りにいる炭素生物はかなりの確率でブージャムに変異するという報告を読んだ。本当ならいいのだが。
You won't suffer report. Collapse Aphelium's blooms. Nearby carbon-based lifeforms have a high chance of turning into Bodrum. I hope it's correct. Wait! What a moment, pause.
バカバカしく聞こえるかもしれないがこれが最後の手段だ。
That sounds ridiculous. This is the only way. Hey, did they turn themselves into Bodrum? What?
このチップを見つけたのが増援部隊ならチップの情報を持ち帰って広めてほしい。
Hope all reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this chip will make it out.
いや、誰でもいい。我々を見つけたら殺してくれ。そして聞き届けてくれ。人間としての僕たちの最後の願いを。
No. Doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds us, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings.
我々はロレン浄化事業所属環境調査隊の軍人だ。今までもそしてこれからも我々は決して屈しない。
We are soldiers of the ONHC Environmental Purification Project Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads, nor will we ever. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened minds is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The doll from 404 look at the corpse of the Bodrum they just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origin of the Bodrum. Perhaps it was just a monster that truly devoured the remains of the previous unit, but there is no doubt that in life it was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress. This is I do hope we find some clues what this Bodrum was.
アンドリス、チップの中身を調べられる？
Andoris, can you read the chip's content?
試してみるね。軍用のチップとはいえ、だいぶ傷んでるから、中身が無事かはわからないけど。
It's a standard military issue, but its exterior is damaged, and I'm not sure if I can decrypt what's inside it.
ディミトリー総長、チップを見せていただけますか？
Mr. Dmitry, could I take a look at the chip? Dmitry glances at Andoris, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word.
一部は解析できたけど、残りはプロに任せないとだね。
I can decrypt part of it, but we will need a professional for the rest.
中のデータは保護されてる。私じゃバックアップも転送も無理みたい。
Also, this chip is write protected, so we cannot back up its content or transmit them.
解析できた部分だけ見せて。
Just show me the parts that you can decrypt.
了解。
Of course, leader. Andoris shared the portion of the data which he can decrypt with Kluka via level 2 connection.
これはメールの記録？
Are those emails logs?
同じ穴の無地中、ヘドが出るわね。
Birds of the feather flock together, as they say.
何が分かった？
What did you find? While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dmitry's eyes, he seems to have calmed down.
マグニセキュリティとセシュト&ファルベン間のメール記録よ。
He have found logs of emails exchanged between Manga Security and the company called H.I.D.E.
摂取なんだベン
What?
今回あんたたちに医薬品を提供したメーカーよ。
It would be easier to think of them as the supplier of the medical products you are using.
これを見る限り、かなり訳ありみたいだけど。
However, right now, they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company.
何が言いたいんだもったいぶるな。
Stop teasing me and get to the point.
ロレンは浄化事業推進のため、ここ数年、イエローエリアに多くの調査隊を派遣してきた。だけど、得られたデータが犠牲に見合っているとは言い難い。
In order to progress the regional purification work, the UNHCR has dispatched multiple teams deep into the yellow zones to construct environmental surveys. However, their losses are severe and the data they send back isn't very ideal.
今までの犠牲、内部的には突発的環境事故によるものとされてるのよね。
The causes of the casualties have been classified under sudden environmental factors. And the cause has been close, right?
ああ、たまにバレアグや今回のマグニみてえな人為的なものもあるが、失踪者の 15% にも満たねえだろうよ。
Yeah. While they were partially caused by human elements like the Vayegas or organizations like Margin Security, they are responsible for fewer than 50% of our team losses.
問題はそこよ。
Well, that's the problem.
自分の目で確かめなさい。
You should probably see for yourself. Lukai asks Andoris to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dmitry's expression suddenly changes.
こいつら、狂ってやがる。
Those people are fucking insane.
野郎、このクソったれが
After seeing Dmitry's cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move to take a look.
パラデウスとマグニがこのエリア以外でも活動してるのか？
Wait, so Paradius and Manga Security are operating in areas other than this one?
メールに書かれた場所聞いたことがあるぞ。俺の同期がそこに派遣されたんだ。連絡はそれっきり途絶えてる。
I hit one of the locations mentioned on these files. One of my buddies who went through the boot camps with me was possessed there. And then, I never hear from him again.
これはあくまで一部に過ぎないわ。チップをさらに解析すれば、奴らの暗躍する証拠がわんさか出てくるでしょうね。
This is just part of their email logs. In all likelihood, there is more incriminating evidence of their secret activities in the past we haven't decrypted yet.
コーラプスクリスタルの用途は明言されてないけど、このメールから大体の結論は得られるわ。
Also, while we are not sure how exactly those collapse crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure of from those mails.
パラデウスはコーラプス放射線に関する人体実験を行っていて、コーラプスクリスタルは放射線量を調節するための道具。そして、実験に使われる人間の大半が洗脳されたユナイタスといったところかしら。
Paradeus is conducting human experiments with collapsed radiation, and those collapsed crystals are used to adjust collapsed radiation intensity. Their test subjects are, for the most part, deceived and brainwashed Unitas.
かなり大掛かりだね。ニコライさんのメモ通りなら、ここみたいな場所が他にもいっぱいあるってこと？
Sounds like a big project. And judging by Nikolai's paper, I take it they have buried a ton of them.
だからそのための武装支援が必要だった。
That's why they needed help from external armed personnel.
グリーンエリアで活動してたマグニセキュリティがイエローエリアに長期的に人員を割くようになれば疑いの目は避けられない。でも、親会社の物資輸送代行や研究者の護送といった名目なら問題にはならない。
The security PMCs that usually operates in green zones would draw a lot of attention if they sent people into the yellow zones over a long period of time. But if they were transporting goods or escorting research personnel on expeditions to gather samples, that would be the perfect cover.
この規模の動きをロレンが気づかなかったとは考えにくい。ロレン内部に一定の地位を持った内通者がいると考える方が自然ね。
There's no way the ONC would have not noticed the personal movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure that they have people in the ONC and they have control over their policy to some extent.
この証拠を上に提出して対策を取らせねえと。
I need to get this info and the evidence to my superior and let them handle this.
こんなイカれた連中は生かしちゃおけねえ。
Every day those fuckers drive bread is another day that the world is in chaos.
奴らの犠牲を無駄にさせてたまるか。
And I don't let the death of our comrades be in vain either.
このチップには高度なセキュリティと自戒システムが内包されています。自戒の条件には内容の複製も含まれます。今はチップそのものの保全を優先した方が良さそうですね。
This chip has very strong write protection and it has a self-destruction program built into it which will trigger if it is duplicated, among other things. Right now, all we can do is physically get the chip out of here.
ああ、わかってる。
Yeah, I know.
とにかく、入り口の連中と合流して、出発準備に取り掛かるぞ。
In any case, we will be meeting up with our guys in the mine entrance. We need to hit out as fast as possible. Andoris hands Dmitry the chip. Dmitry returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bochum's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. And that will be it for the first segment of Aphelion Part 2 story. It's much longer than expected in comparison to Part 1 story. In fact, twice as long. So the continuation will be in the second segment. And yeah, well, thank you for watching, listening. I wish you a good day, night, afternoon, and see you in segment number 2. Take care.